1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Good.
Hey, good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Board of Game work session. It's January the 22nd. It's 9:17 a.m. We have 6 board members present. We got one en route from Ketchikan right now, coming over from Prince of Wales from Thorn Bay. But we'll get started here. First off, I guess I'll have board members introduce themselves, and maybe we'll start from my left and work our way across the table. So, Member Loring, you introduce yourself.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, board members, department staff, and members of the public online. My name is David Loring. I'm a board member from Fairbanks, Alaska.
Thanks. Al?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman, staff, morning, and Mr. Chairman, and lost for words this morning. But yeah, I'm Al Barrett from Fairbanks.
Vice Chair Hoffman?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, everyone. My name is Stosh Hoffman. I'm from Bethel.
Member Garner?
Good morning, everyone. Mr. Chairman. My name is Jake Garner, originally from the village of Uzinki and currently reside in Anchorage, Alaska.
Member Mueller?
Hi, good morning, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and great to see everybody here this morning. And thank you, staff, and everybody online. My name is Carrie Ann Muller, and I live in Palmer, Alaska.
And I'm Jake Fletcher, coming down from Talkeetna. We really appreciate the invite for Wrangell. I got a chance to kind of walk around here. It's absolutely beautiful. Never been here before. Commissioner Lang isn't here, but Director Scott?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, members of the public, and folks listening in online. It's a pleasure to be here with you again, and it's certainly a pleasure to have you back in Southeast. I'm a little bit biased for sure, but it's wonderful to be in Wrangell. With Commissioner Lang, Vincent Lang will be arriving tomorrow afternoon. We also have some staff members that were hung up in Juneau, but apparently they're going to make the same plane as Member Bachtel, and the majority of the regional staff will be arriving later today as well. But for this morning, it's me and Natalie Weber, our Regulations Program Coordinator, the brains of our division and everything Board of Game. So it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you.
Hey, George.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board, staff, folks online, public. George Pappas, Director of Division of Subsistence. We'll have Dr. Amy Weeda, the Deputy Director of Subsistence, will be here also, and the regional supervisor for subsistence down here is Lauren Sill. She'll also be here. It's great to be here. I have not stepped foot here since 1990. It's great to be back. Thank you.
Thanks. Captain Johnson.
Yeah, good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board, everyone listening online. Brent Johnson, Captain with the Wildlife Troopers. And shout out, thank you to Southeast Alaska for the typical nice weather that you always have.
Kimberly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everyone. My name is Kimberly Delfrade. I'm an Assistant Attorney General at the State of Alaska Department of Law. Glad to be here this week.
And Art, you're pulling double duty here.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. My name's Art Nelson. I'm the Executive Director for the Board of Fisheries, fish out of water here today. And with our board staff, we have Savannah Hollingworth there on the keyboards. She's our Publication Specialist for the Board of Game and the Western Region Advisory Committee Coordinator. Just down past Savannah is Annie Bartholomew. She's our Pub Spec for the Board of Fisheries and also the Advisory Committee Coordinator for Northern Southeast. And there at the end of the table is Sam Kirby. She is our Arctic Region Advisory Committee Coordinator, and she is out of the Anchorage office. Mr. Chair.
Thanks for that. The purpose of this work session is for us to have an opportunity to hear various reports from the Department of Fish and Game and other agencies, and to address some administrative business. There'll be no regulatory action conducted at this meeting. In accordance with the Open Meetings Act, the board staff has distributed and posted a meeting notice with the Alaska online public notice system on the board's main website and meeting website as its designated posted place, and also distributed on a list of email recipients. I will not take the time to read it, but copies of this notice can be found on the back table and as RC1 in the workbook for those that are interested in the complete text. Copies of a tentative agenda for this meeting can be found in the back of the room on the table. The agenda may change throughout the meeting, but we'll attempt to follow it as close as we can. The meeting material includes anything submitted during the meeting is also available on the Board of Game website, and you can find that at boardofgame.adfng.alaska.gov. Typically, the board gives ethics disclosures, but we're not going to take any regulatory action at this meeting, so we're not going to do ethics disclosures at this meeting. We'll take up with that tomorrow morning. As far as public testimony and written comments, the board is not taking oral public testimony during this meeting, but is accepting written comments. Anyone who would like to submit a written comment to the Board of Game can do so by submitting them to the board support staff. Comments can also be submitted to the Board of Game website or by faxing it to 907-465-6094. Written comments are limited to 10 single-sided or 5 double-sided pages. All documents received by the board meeting will be assigned a record copy number known as a RC number. It will be distributed to all the board members and posted on the meeting website. The original and all written materials submitted will be retained for permanent record for the board and will be posted online. At this time, if you have a cell phone, please turn it on silent. If you need a listening device, there's some available up here if you're having a hard time hearing the discussion. Typically, our first agenda item is the election of officers, but being as Jim is in or out, I'd like to hear from board members whether we should postpone that or if we want to go ahead and proceed. Anybody have any ideas? Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think we can wait a little bit on Jim to get here so he can cast his vote and not feel cheated.
Sounds good. Any other thoughts from board members on that? Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I agree with Member Barrett that Jim's an integral part of the board, and he should be here for the vote, and he's expected this afternoon. So if we put that down the agenda, that'd be fine.
Cool. We'll bump that on down the line. And moving right along, state and federal agency reports. At this time, we'll hear state agency updates, reports, and following from agency reports. Commissioner Lang isn't here, but Director Scott, do you have anything?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do have several things. Usually take this opportunity to bring the board kind of up to speed at the higher altitude view on budgets and staffing and some of the highlighted projects that we do have going on. So again, thank you for having us. As I mentioned, we'll be joined by regional staff starting a little bit later today. We'll also have some statewide staff, the small game folks, and waterfowl to address proposals in the next couple days. In general, we're looking at a flat budget going into FY 26 and as we prepare for 27. Our FY 26 operating budget came out to about $71 million. That's everything included. Our FY 27 requested budget, of course, keep in mind, has to go through the legislature, and we'll see how it comes out, $72 million and a quarter. So it's really not a huge increase, and those increases are generally personnel services as we account for union contract increases and things like that. So it's good. We're still able to take full advantage of the amount of PR dollars that are available to us. We will be seeking a CIP, capital improvement project budget of about $6 million coming in for FY 27. Again, that's largely to leverage the available PR. PR continues to decline. Looks like the appropriation for Alaska this year would be down about 5%. It's been coming down for the last multiple years, not unheard of, but we're still on the docket for somewhere in the neighborhood of $27.3 million, which is good. And we can match that with Fish and Game Fund, which we also are in a very good position, fund balance-wise, to be able to do that. But it's important that we do keep tabs on the fact that it is declining. Not an issue right now, but I've mentioned to the board several times that it could be at some point, but we're doing fine at this point. Staffing-wise, we're holding at about a 13% vacancy rate. I think that's pretty good, and it's very consistent for us. We were down to 9% into the summer. We've made some great recent hires. We hired an intensive management coordinator, Chris Brockman, working out of Palmer. You will have some time with him once we get down to Kodiak. We've also hired just recently, I announced it last night, frankly, the program, partner program coordinator, the person who coordinates all the governor's permits and auction and raffle programs that we work with. So that took a long time. Part of it was on me. Part of it is that most of you are aware that the hiring process right now is taking some time, and we're running into that as well as other divisions. But we're doing, very well. It's great. We've hired several new assistant area biologists and lots of fish and wildlife technicians recently. If I try to name them all, I'm going to miss somebody. So I'm just going to say we're doing great, and I'm so appreciative that people are interested in coming on board. We've had some huge applicant pools. Anthony Krupe, who's the regional supervisor, probably will tell you about this. I think they had 132 applicants for a Bio 1 position in Douglas. I had 81 applicants for the partner program coordinator, so which is great, right? It does take some time to get through that many applications, but it is great that we're seeing the interest there. I'll hit a couple things on the regions and statewide program stuff, just a few highlights. I'm not going to say much about Region 1. You're going to hear from them throughout the next several days. I'm really looking forward to it. Again, I'm a little bit biased, but great group of people. But a couple things that I will mention is that, recently, if you've been watching the weather, northern Southeast got inundated with snow. We had a record December snowfall. I think it was over 80 inches. Caused a lot of property damage, things like that. But also will impact deer numbers. I don't think we're going to see a mortality event like we did in 2006, 2007. We got a lot of snow, and they got hung up, but then it started to rain, and that really helps them out. It collapses the snow down, and then it got cold, and that freezes everything up. And frankly, I'm hearing stories about deer. People are able to walk on top of a lot of the snow now, and certainly deer can do that. They'll be able to access food as well. And some recent pictures that were sent to me. There's a few morts on the beach, but not much snow within the tree line once you get just off the beach. So right now, I think we're going to, we'll see higher mortality, but I don't think we're going to see anything that's going to be devastating like we did. That all said, that kicker time for Southeast Alaska is March, April. As long as spring shows up, we'll be in good shape. If we go back into a big snow cycle or something like that, we could see quite a bit mortality. So a little bit on that, and I think I'll just leave the rest for Anthony when he's here. Down in Region 2, one of the primary things is, as you're aware, we translocated deer to the southern Kenai Peninsula. Most of those animals are still alive. We've got 10 does and 3 bucks on the landscape and with GPS radio collars, so we're watching where they're at and what they're doing. We also know when they die. And part of this process was to actually try to get out to them as soon as we could to sort out what caused the mortality. Looks like we had one slip of collar. We've got one that's a little bit of a mystery. Found the collar, but there's just a little bit of activity on it, but not like a bear got it or a wolf got it or something. And then a couple of them, a couple of them drowned as well. So far, so good. We'll keep you posted on that and see how it goes. Region 2 is full on in preparation mode for your Kodiak meeting, and Natalie and I are both engaged in that as well. Lots of highway safety and wildlife crossing discussions. There's quite a bit of money available on the federal side. So we're trying to work with DOT to identify some places that we might actually go big scale with some wildlife crossing things. There is a fencing project planned for J-Bear, which we're interacting with the base command there. We are concerned that it's going to create some moose hazards along the Glen Highway and some of those places where moose may not, at this point, certainly they're on the highway, but they can get on and off. This project likely will close any of those entrances and exits, so if they get on the highway, they're not going to be able to get off very well. So we're working to try to figure out opportunities to mitigate that. Bears and landfills, pretty constant discussion, for the department, and certainly Region 2 is not excluded from that. There's a lot of interest in a fence project at the Cordova landfill. I've talked to our staff there, and we're willing to help and able to help. We're just waiting on some plans to move forward. Kodiak is kind of in the same boat, so we're trying to figure out mitigation efforts there, and if we need to remove a few animals before we build a fence or something like that. So it's still in the planning process, but keep that in mind. Region 4, Central Southwest, based out of the Palmer office. We are in planning mode for Mulchatna Caribou intensive management. You're likely aware we don't quite have the legal language done. I'm hopeful that that'll be settled very soon, and we'll be able to, at this point, we don't have the authority to do it, but we are planning as if it'll happen. So we'll keep you posted there. We have a copy of the Nocina Caribou feasibility assessment that we've talked about. It's in review now by myself and Natalie and several other staff, and we'll have a report on that in Kodiak for you. A couple IM programs are up and running already there. These are pilot gunner permitted programs. All of Unit 13 is open except 13A, and Unit 16 is open and running. So these are all to benefit moose. Shifting gears to Region 3, I won't talk too much about wood bison. Member Barrett will have a report on that. I'll just let you know that we're gearing up to go get the next load of wood bison. We don't have a firm number of how many we'll get this year, but the Canadians out of Elk Island, Alberta, are rounding them up now and bringing them into pens, and they'll start separating them out, and we'll see what they come up with. Likely, our staff will go up in February to talk to them about the selected animals, and then our veterinary staff will be there too to start their disease testing and quarantine periods, shooting for sometime in April to bring them into Alaska, and they'll be housed at Lars for as long as we need them to, until we can get them back out in the field. An IM program in Region 3 in the interior is also up and running at Unit 20E, wolf removal by pilot gunner teams for moose, and you've heard quite a bit about that. Then for Region 3 and Region 5, the Western and Western Arctic regions, we've already begun the planning process for the 2027 board cycle. I think I've mentioned we usually start about a year out, and that has begun. Art, I imagine, will issue a call for proposals. Maybe it's even out there, but probably won't be too long. And those will be due to board support by May. So we're going through proposal ideas and things like that. Also in Region 5, the region's pretty full as far as people go right now. They've got 18 of 19 PCNs filled. We are a little concerned about capacity. They're busy. They got a lot of stuff to do, and they've got a huge geographic area to work in. So we are working with them to try to find some help and relief there. We were able to hire an admin position up there, which was sorely needed, and that's taken some load off as well. Probably the biggest thing, though, in the Western and Western Arctic region is the recent Western Arctic caribou herd counts. It's down again, down to about 121,000 animals. The Western Arctic Caribou Working Group met in Anchorage in December. I was fortunate enough to spend some time there with them and sit in and listen to what's going on. Cow caribou are the key for that herd, maintaining the cows, and that's where we're putting our money in right now. We have started preliminary discussions about intensive management for the Western Arctic herd. It's a different animal than, no pun intended, than what we've kind of dealt with before. It's a huge area with multiple segments doing different things at a lot of different times. So the preliminary discussions are in place, are occurring now, and we'll have more information for the board as we move on there. You know, I'll just add on, after mentioning, you know, we've got the Mulchatna spooling up. We've got a couple other IM programs that are running. Doesn't take us a lot for the pilot gunner teams permits, but then we've got the 20E, which we likely will do some department removal in the spring. Now we're going to talk about the Nelchina, and then we're going to talk about the Western Undercurd. We're going to have to start making some choices. You know, there's not enough people, potentially not enough money to go around to execute all these IM programs. So, you know, we may be wrapping up things in the Mulchatna in the next few years. We'll see how things continue to improve, which is great. That was the goal of the program. But there's a lot of interest, and so we're wading through that just to give you a heads up that it's a big topic, both manpower and financially. Moving on to some of the statewide programs, just be real brief. Our ANILCA program has been very busy, working on repealing of Park Service regulations and rules. Those are largely in process for the hunting and trapping rules for the Park Service. The repeal is currently awaiting approval in the Office of Information and Regulatory Affairs. Then with the Park Service closure regulations, we've requested that those be repealed as well. This is all under the guise of the new administration, or, you know, the administration currently in Washington, D.C. Also looking at university lands, where the university has an opportunity to get lands, a lot of times from mental health and others. They also have a large land grant to start with. They keep quite a bit of it, but they can also sell off parts of it to you know, fund university programs. One of the kickers for us is that university lands are not open to hunting and trapping. And so we continue to work on that and to try to find a method, you know, the method for us to get that in. Some of these plots are extensive. There's a lot of land, and people may not even know they're not open to hunting and trapping, but technically that is the case. Moving on to our TED Marine Mammal Program. TED is for Threatened, Endangered, and Adversity Group. Marine mammals, pretty self-explanatory. For what it's worth, a whole bunch of sea lions out my hotel room window last night. That was cool. One of the big things, we completed the statewide wildlife action plan. It's called the SWAP. Every state that gets SWIG, State Wildlife Grant monies for non-game type stuff, is required to do it every 10 years. Ours was a pretty good overhaul, and I'm really proud of the work that our TED folks did. And it was kind of a start and stop thing. We had a contractor lined up, and that didn't work out, and then so our staff picked it up and really ran with it. They met all the deadlines. I think it's very comprehensive. It's a very complex document reviewed by myself, the commissioner, and now we've sent it off. I believe the state of Washington is reviewing ours, or maybe we're reviewing Washington's. That's how they do it. We trade out with different states. Actually, we're reviewing Washington. I don't remember who is reviewing Alaska's, but once that's all done, you know, it just kind of greases the skids for the state wildlife grants for marine mammal work, non-game work. You know, various bird species are a big target. Pikas are another one that oftentimes benefits from that. That was a lot of work. It took a long time to get it done. The other thing that Ted's been really involved in, and it's really neat, and I was talking to Member Loring about it, we continue to see a lot of success with the copper ammunition challenge across the state. It's really cool. I just got a note that Texas is reviewing the swap for Alaska, which is great. Of course, the Alaska Raptor Association is involved in that, and a great ambassador. You know, it puts a face on the issue when raptors are around or at these shows, and we can do the rebate program. And they are working to expand off the road system, which is one of the things I talked to them about early on. It takes a little bit of work, logistically and everything else, but that is moving out, and I'm super excited about that. Statewide Marine Mammal Program, busy as always. One of the highlights specific to this area, Southeast in general. This coming summer, they're going to wrap up the first attempt at boat-based surveys on harbor porpoises, which are focused on the gillnet fishery and potentially taking harbor porpoises, in the fishery and some changes in federal rules. Trying to get it's a pretty neat program where not a lot of people had done that type of thing. So they started with both boat-based and aerial survey work. Aerial surveys were great, except they were really limited with weather. And so they've switched primarily to boat-based, but it'll be the first time that we actually have some semblance of an abundance estimate for harbor porpoises in Southeast, and that's pretty neat. Small game stuff, they continue to work hard. As I mentioned, Cam Carroll, the small game program leader, will be here in person with us at this meeting. I believe she arrives this afternoon. Alaska Hares surveys are ongoing and still being planned. That's a big topic that this board has talked about a lot, and with declining, apparently we're declining numbers, but a very high interest in conservation, but also to be able to harvest some when they're available. Also a newer project where, GPS technology is just amazing, and it just gets smaller and smaller. So the small game program has a willow ptarmigan GPS collaring study going on to watch as they, movement patterns and where they're going to brood and nest up, things like that. That'll be pretty interesting. Always, this board's no stranger to lots of interest in swinging ptarmigan popular seasons and bag limits, and always a lot of interest in those. So looking forward to that. Highlight a couple more things. Hunter Access continues to be, our Hunter Access projects continue to be very popular. We've probably got about $2 million worth going on right now. We've completed 19 projects across the state. We've got 7 in process right now. And so I asked the folks, I said, geez, how much has we actually overall spent since we started this in 2016? And so far, we've been able to use about $15 million in federal funds and about $5 million in matching funds. Most of the match, and I say most because sometimes we do help, but what we look for is to partner with groups that have the match available so we can leverage those federal dollars, all that PR money that's been out there and available. It's just been great. I mean, every project we've undertaken and worked with our partners is to benefit hunters, trappers, sport shooters, firearms enthusiasts with shooting ranges, things like that. And it's been very well received, and it's a great opportunity, again, for us to be able to leverage those monies. Staff-wise, as far as some of our, big outreach programs, our HIT program, Hunter Information and Training Program, this last year we certified 2,901 students. We certified 140 new volunteers. This program lives and dies with volunteers, and it's great to see people continue to want to do it and be engaged. And our HIT staff are phenomenal people. They'll get up and go wherever they're needed to go at the drop of a hat. Doesn't just happen in Fairbanks or Juneau or Anchorage or Palmer. It happens in Hoonah. It happens, I did a class in Yakutat. Happens in other, I think one out in Western Alaska just recently. I can't remember exactly where that happened. So, and then we accounted for 39,000 people using the 3 big ADF&G run ranges. That's Juneau, Rabbit Creek, and Fairbanks. That's great. It's an opportunity for people to go in, shoot inside. Also have classrooms and things like that where we can offer classes. In addition to that, very closely related, wildlife education and outreach folks. There are wildlife educators. They're always busy, and they're a linchpin to how we connect with the community and with the residents of Alaska, if not the world. You know, frankly, we get a lot of contacts from around the globe. A couple things that they did this last year. Mulchatna Caribou newsletter, Western Arctic Caribou Trails letter. They put out a Hunting Along the Dalton Highway brochure, 2 Working for Wildlife videos where they actually highlight the work that we do. They're short video clips, but pretty neat. If you ever get a chance, I encourage you to take a look at them. And then also worked with teachers and parents and to get stuff into the school as you know, we continue to work on Alaska Wild Wonders magazine, which is directly related to school children and focused on them. I think one of the things that they did, though, that is really, really neat, and I might mess up the name. Our folks in Palmer developed a program called, oh gosh, I wrote it down and now I can't find it. Shaped by Wildlife Storytelling, an event. And it was recorded, and it's available on our website. And it was great. It's just people came in, they had wildlife stories, you know, and it might be a story about, I don't know, you know, maybe it's wild and crazy stuff, but it's also like, it's touching, you know. It talks a lot about how people connect with wildlife and the environment in Alaska. It was a phenomenal success. And, you know, our educators, they're the ones who came up with this idea and put it together. It was just amazing, and I certainly hope that they'll continue to do it and in other places, and I think that's their plan. Okay, I'm getting a little long-winded, but I'll get going. Lands and refuges in our wildlife habitat enhancement group. A couple things that, probably the big thing I want to share with you guys is we've recently signed agreements for some significant prescribed burns with the federal government, as well as with DNR, including Alphabet Hills, which has been on the radar forever, and we've hardly been able to get it off the ground. We have a new WESAP coordinator, John Wagner. He has a long history in fire service, wildland fire service, and he's taken that to the next step. So I'm hopeful that we will actually see that happen, those burns happen, you know, in the fairly near future, the next couple of years anyway. We'll also continue to do things like Creamer's Field and Fairbanks, the Bison Range out of Delta, normal annual work, but getting some of those big prescribed burns, it's great for moose. You know, that would help out in a lot of places. And finally, just a few miscellaneous items. You know, as directed by the board, we're working on sheep hunter education materials. Mike Terrace out of Fairbanks is leading that charge. It's coming along great. Natalie has been very engaged in that. Also, as directed by the board, we've started to work on a website for the clean list. That's 5 AAC 92029. You know, the animals that you really can't have in Alaska without a permit. That used to come through the board. Now it's going through the commissioner, and Natalie and Stephanie Vogel have done a lot of work to get that started, and that should be ready fairly soon. We're actually in a place, though, if we do start getting requests, we're able to take them and move forward to process them. And it'll work just like, you know, we did for the board. If we get those requests, we'll prepare an analysis, we'll take it to the commissioner, and he'll make a determination whether or not the species will be allowed to come in or not. And I think that's going to be about it. Otherwise, the division's doing great. People are busy, doing a lot of good work around the state. Budget-wise, we're in good shape. The legislature started, so we'll be in front of them fairly routinely for the next few months doing that. And yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. If there's any questions, I'm happy to take them.
Thanks for that, Director Scott. Any questions from board members for Director Scott? Vice Chair Hoffman.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ryan, for that report. In part of your report, you gave us some information about the status of the Western Arctic caribou. In years past, we've had Board of Game members attend those meetings. And is there any chance of that happening, given the status of the herd now?
Yeah, through the chair, Member Hoffman, I just want to make sure I'm clear which which meeting would you be, I mean, board members be interested in attending?
The working group meeting, because it seemed like that was could be very beneficial for some attendance from us.
Yeah, through the chair, Member Hoffman, I'll make sure you're aware of it, that the board is aware when they happen. That for now, they're just annual. You know, it happens once a year. That happened in December, but, you know, given what's all going on, there may be some additional, and I'll keep you posted for sure. It's an open meeting. I mean, it's a public meeting, so you're certainly, you know, welcome there, but I can make sure you're aware as well.
Okay, because I don't know if last time if they invited us specifically or if one of you guys just asked some of us to attend.
I'll make sure you know from here on out.
Other questions from board members? Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Scott, for the presentation. It was great. I did attend that Western Arctic Caribou Working Group meeting last year, not this past summer, the one before, and that was an invite from them to give a perspective on how the board game operates. And so I did do that. And, but that was all. It's just, you know, an introduction to the board game and what the process was and how we operate. And a couple questions back on the ptarmigan issue with GPS collars. What are there specific areas that you're going to concentrate on? Is that going to be like Tangle Lakes, or where's that going to happen at?
Through the chair, Member Loring, I have it here, and I can tell you specifically, but I think it's out of Bethel. Let me just confirm that. Yeah, the YK Delta. The YK Delta.
And secondly, you mentioned the copper bullet challenge, and that's a really big thing. There's a couple community organizations, backcountry hunters and anglers, and the Alaska Falcon Association are both very active in that. And along with department staff, that's been going to all the major sports shows now, including AFN. There's a big presentation there, and there's just a lot of interest. And that's what that is a switch to trying to get hunters to use copper big game ammunition over lead, and trying to emphasize the bad effects of lead in the environment when it comes to lead poisoning, especially for raptors, eels, and such. And I've asked, and I'd like to go ask the board also, Director Scott and also the research biologist, that's one of the main participants in this program, if they'd be willing to give a short presentation to the board about that program. And both were positive that they'd like to do that. And so I guess it would be a thought on when Director Scott would feel the best opportunity to see the most people. You know, one of the meetings in one of the either Fairbanks or Anchorage or Kodiak. And so if that would be something the board would be interested in hearing, I think it would be a great presentation. Thank you.
I like that idea. If you guys want to start scratching your head about that, it'd be great.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, certainly. And the staff member, Member Loring's referring to Travis Booms, who's been spearheading in this for us. I'll work with him to, you know, see what his availability and things like that are and get back to the board.
Any other questions from board members? I have a quick one. So the Shaped by Wildlife Stories, I mean, is that on the ADF&G website? How does somebody check that out?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I believe so. I'll confirm that for you. And I will, if it's not, I'll try to get it there for you, but I think it's there, so.
And you said it's a big success. Plans for continue it in the future, doing another one maybe or something?
Yes, the intent is to continue. You know, I think it's one of those things that it was, in my estimation, I just get to be the cheerleader. You know, it's one of those things that was so successful that there's a lot of lessons learned, and so they're going through that process and thinking about, you know, if there are changes and things like that, but the intent is for additional opportunities.
Awesome, thanks. Any other questions from board members? Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would also like to thank the department on, it seems like about once a month they have wildlife seminars, Zoom ones, and they're super informational, and everybody can learn something from one of those meetings, and I enjoy them. Thank you.
Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, another short question for Director Scott. At the West Fairbanks AC meeting, the research biologist gave some information about some reductions in some of the eastern caribou herds, the porcupine and also Central Arctic. Is there going to be maybe some information given to the board about what you're seeing in those two herds? Maybe not today, but maybe Kodiak or something.
Yeah, through the chair, Member Loring, I have some additional information on that. I didn't want to, I've got a couple board meetings, I've got a work session and 2 board meetings, but likely we'll have more information when we get to Kodiak. As you mentioned, both the porcupine herd and the Central Arctic herd have declined. Keep in mind caribou do that. We've seen that before. And right now, we probably will see a bag limit reduction for the Central Arctic herd, specifically cows there. But it's a little bit, you have to be a little bit careful because they bunch right up against with the Teshbuck herd. And that bag limit is actually significant, right? So we need to think through how we're going to implement that and work with the ACs and get that out. But certainly we'll have more information.
Thank you for that.
Any other questions from board members? If not, thanks a bunch for that. Ryan, I'm sure we'll be hearing from you in the upcoming days as well. And next up would be George Pappas with Subsistence.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the board. I don't have an eloquent presentation like Ryan does, but we will have a comprehensive presentation tomorrow when Lauren Sill arrives. So I don't have new information for you at this time unless you have some questions for me, Mr. Chair.
And perhaps after that, we'll have some questions for you. But any questions for George right now from board members? If not, we'll skip right on down the table to Kendra Holman. Welcome.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. So happy to be with you guys today from OSM. So while our state liaison position is vacant, as Mr. Pappas left us, I've been attending the Board of Game and the Board of Fish meetings. So as far as OSM, in October and November, the federal government endured a lapse in congressional appropriations, resulting in a government shutdown. 8 of our 10 regional advisory council meetings had to be postponed and then rescheduled, putting us in a period of nonstop meetings January through the end of March. Our fisheries regulations for 2025-2027 published in last July, which included a decision by the Federal Subsistence Board to designate Ketchikan as a rural community. The Secretary of Interior's Senior Advisor on Alaskan Affairs, Kara Moriarty, and her office announced a targeted review of the Federal Subsistence Management Program. This public scoping period ends on February 13th, and there are public meetings scheduled for February 3rd from 3 to 7 p.m. at the Fish and Wildlife Service Regional Office in Anchorage. Both in-person and virtual options are available for this meeting. Should you need detailed information about the review, feel free to contact the Senior Advisor's office. Please visit the website for more information and feel free to contact our office for any additional questions. If you need the URL, the website on a break, I can provide that. We would like to also thank the ADF&G staff who has been attending and participating in all of our regional advisory councils. Their input is invaluable and our process is greatly appreciates them being there, as well as the councils themselves and the Federal Subsistence Board. So the last little bit is we have a few upcoming meetings. The Federal Subsistence Board will have a fisheries resource monitoring program work session February 5th in Anchorage. Tribal and ANSCA consultations for wildlife regulatory proposal closure reviews are scheduled for February 17 and 18. And the Federal Subsistence Board's wildlife regulatory meeting will be held April 20th through the 24th in Anchorage. And the board will issue a call for proposals to change fisheries regulations in early spring 2026. And we can expect the next Fisheries Regulatory Board meeting to be scheduled in late January or early February 2027. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to address what I can. Thank you.
Thanks for that. Questions from board members? If not, thanks a bunch for showing up. It's great to have OSM here at the table. We'll move right along here to Art Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't have a whole lot for you, but I can give you a couple quick updates from boards. Top of the list is the Board of Game Executive Director replacement following Christie's retirement at the end of the year. We have gone through the process. We interviewed a number of candidates, had a very good, not a huge, but an excellent applicant pool. And quite honestly, a very difficult decision between some of our top candidates. Ryan and Christy and myself did the interviews, and we were really happy with our applicant pool and with our finalists. We have sent out a request to hire through the process, and as Ryan mentioned, the recruitment process is taking much longer than normal with the state's hiring freeze, and it is pending approval from the governor's office to hire the individual whose name we sent out the request to hire on. So that could come back at any day. In fact, since the commissioner's in Juneau today, I asked him to see if he could check in with the chief of staff and maybe shake that approval loose. But we do fully anticipate having that filled in time for your March meeting in Kodiak. So I won't be able to fill in for Kodiak if we have that position vacant, since there is overlap between that meeting and our March Board of Fisheries meeting. The other board's position that we've had a vacancy with for, I think a little over 2 years now is our Southern Southeast Advisory Committee coordinator. That has been a very difficult one to fill. We have gone through, I believe, 3 separate recruitments and extensions of a number of those recruitments, and each of those has failed to result in a hire. We've offered multiple candidates the position, and they ultimately end up turning it down. So given that we're pretty late in the meeting cycle now, I think we will most likely hold off and try to begin recruitment round number 4, probably sometime in the summer, with the goal of getting that coordinator position filled in the late summer or fall to begin next year's board meeting cycles. I believe that's all I have for you. We got a pretty busy remainder of the year for the Board of Fisheries. This is, for the Board of Fisheries, this is the most active meeting year. We have 5 regulatory meetings this year, and that doesn't even include 6 meetings, including the work session. So we just got out of the Bristol Bay meeting, wrapped that up on Sunday. And we've got a very intense meeting expected in February for the Alaska Peninsula and Chignik areas. And then in March, we've got our statewide finfish meeting with a number of other hot issues tacked on to that agenda. So February and March are going to be very interesting meetings. Stay tuned. That's all I got, Mr. Chair.
Thanks. Questions from board members for Art? Would it be helpful, Art, if you have a letter from the board saying, hey, listen, Art needs some sleep in the next couple of months? Can we get somebody hired? Would that be needed in this process?
I think we are at the finish line for this right now, so I hope Doug will be able to get it shaken loose with a little conversation today or tomorrow, perhaps. So, no, I think we're good. If I get any indication that there's some assistance needed, I'll definitely get in touch with you and probably pull in the Board of Fish chair as well. So,
and then Annie, the bison barge tune, you got any more work on that? Is that thing getting completed or no? Oh, she's hands in the air. Any other questions for Art? All right, if not, we're going to go to Captain Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everyone. I won't have anything near as detailed as Director Scott did. That was well done. That's hard to, I'm glad I didn't have to follow him. I guess just a recap for wildlife troopers. This is the time of year, in no particular order, I'm going through my list here. folks are finishing up a lot of their fall investigations. You know, the stuff we do in the fall, busy hunting season, kind of falls into two categories. The plainly obvious stuff where we deal with it right then and move on, but there's other things that require more background work, and during that hectic time of year, a lot of times that background work just has to wait. So there was some stuff here pushed out in the media recently on some big cases, like in the Eureka area as an example, where what you would think was, you know, caught red-handed type of stuff, sneaking undersized moose out and such in September, but the case wasn't actually wrapped up and fully charged until early January. And that's just the nature of the work. Trying to teach our people to do a more complete job on stuff, dig a little deeper. Some folks are getting more into that, and again, it's just the nature of that time of year. You're going nonstop for a couple months, and so it takes some time. So we get questions sometimes, well, you caught him in September, why did it take until January? Well, we just want to do a good job and make sure everything's thorough, and we've investigated all parts of stuff. So a lot of that stuff's still going on. Time of year, other enforcement work that we're doing, along with the follow-up, trapping patrols are obviously happening. There's still some winter seasons happening for caribou, some moose in certain parts of the state, bison, of course. Some of those draw permits are still going on. So it's keeping our folks busy with that. Commercial sport fisheries, kind of more in the area we're in here, Southeast Alaska, some of the commercial stuff, shellfish and stuff out of the Alaska Peninsula. Some of our big patrols are going on there. Joint enforcement stuff with NOAA for sea lion stuff is happening. So we're staying busy. And a lot of training too. This is the time of year where we get our people to kind of catch up on some training that's mandated through various stuff that we have to do from both the law enforcement side and the wildlife enforcement side. So winter is a good time to get caught up on that, so we're not taken away from our field time in the busier times of year. Vacancies is always a thing for us. It's a rotating cycle. Currently, we have vacancies in Antioch, in Cantwell, Palmer in our investigations unit, and then just right in Anchorage. And that's just due to transfers and stuff, primarily. Upcoming retirements for us is kind of a big one this year. We've already got 6 that we know of for sure are happening out of our division. And so out of 90-something troopers, 6 is a decent number to retire all at once. 3 of those are command staff lieutenants, though. We only have 7 lieutenants in the entire state, so 3 of them are retiring this spring. So that's going to be a challenge to get those positions filled and get people to move up the ranks. One of those is in Anchorage at headquarters, oversees our Marine section. One is in Kodiak, and then one is oversees our investigations unit out of Palmer. So that's what we have that we know of vacancies. We'll see what else happens, but recruitment's going good. We've got people coming through the academy, on-field training. Most of the board knows this. I've said it before, but since all of our folks come in as state troopers, they have to go through the regular state trooper academy. They go through a regular field training. So from the date they start the academy until they actually put on a brown uniform right now is about 10.5 to 11 months before they even get to even step a toe into doing the game warden wildlife trooper work. And then from there, that's when the real training starts. So it's a long haul. We've got 2 that are currently in their field training, so they'll be finishing that up end of April, just in time for summer, and then they'll get kind of trial by fire during the summertime in various places. We do a really good job with our new folks of sending them all over the state to get various experience, so they travel probably the most in the first 2 years as they will throughout most of their career. We get them all over the place to experience different kind of work with different troopers, different fish and game regions and biologists and different aspects of the job, so they're kind of well-rounded and have experience in commercial fishing, sport fishing, different kinds of commercial fishing, different kind of hunting, trapping. They try to show them as much as possible in that first year or 2. Let's see what I got here. Equipment-wise, we're still going through the process of getting a new larger class vessel for here in Southeast. We had our old platform, the Enforcer, went down kind of unexpectedly. I think it's been about 1.5 years now. So our larger platform boat for Southeast Alaska is still Budgetary process is all done, it's all been approved, they're finishing up design stuff now, and hopefully we'll see steel on the water here. I don't think it's gonna be this year, I'm not in charge of that, I don't know much about it, but it's in process. Nothing happens quickly. Aircraft, same thing, that's a kind of a constant thing, we need our aircraft to get around and do our jobs. We're not able to necessarily charter with folks. You know, a lot of our fleet's old. It's you know, 1950s and 60s Cessnas and 1950s and 60s Cubs, and they do pretty good. But you know, as you get into stuff that's 60 and 70 years old, the maintenance takes more and more time, and anybody who's a pilot knows that. So they do a good job keeping up on it. It can be a challenge with weather and stuff, especially the weather we've had the last month and a half or so in South Central has really impinged the ability to move the fleet around and get stuff in and out of Anchorage for maintenance and stuff, but they're getting that stuff caught up. I think the last thing is just, you know, our folks do a really good job out in the field with building and maintaining relationships. Our troopers work real close with state and federal partner agencies. You know, I know sometimes on the rulemaking side, the state and feds sometimes don't see eye to eye. The nice thing is when it comes to the enforcement part, we're usually all on the same sheet of music. We're like, we all have the same opinion, like, hey, we're just here to enforce the rules. We don't make them, so it makes our lives a little easier. There's not really any challenges with what the rules might be or so. So we have a good working relationship with all those agencies, and we're able to get investigations to the right agency that maybe can best oversee something. Those groups meet fairly regularly in town and collaborate on their bigger cases and stuff. We get a lot of folks, a lot of our wildlife troopers that help, especially this time of year when things are a little slower in the field with HIT, also with boating safety through DNR, and we're actually doing a decent push right now to try to get more of our folks in and certified as hunter education instructors. That number has kind of dipped off. It used to be where almost all of us were. That's dipped off in recent years, so we're working to build that back up and get more people signed off as instructors, so they can go beyond just showing up at the field day events, which they do, but actually in some of the smaller communities especially, they can serve as an instructor. So I think that's about all I have. I'm open to questions from the board, though.
Thank you, Captain Johnson. Any questions from board members? Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Captain Johnson. I may have missed it, but can you give us a recap on your helicopter program? Are you expecting more helicopters, and where are they going to be stationed at?
Through the chair, Member Loring, I'm not directly involved in it right now, so we have, I think it's 6. My numbers could be off, but we have helicopters in Fairbanks, Bethel, Juneau, Palmer, King Salmon. And I think there's one in Anchorage that kind of serves as a trainer / fill-in for maintenance when one of the other ones is unavailable. You know, helicopters are an interesting topic with us. I mean, they certainly serve a purpose and can get into areas and get us access to areas that you can't otherwise. The other side is, you know, how does wildlife react to them, and there's altitude limitations and stuff, you know, and then just the expense and the training required to operate and stay current. So it's always on the table to potentially get more. We've talked about potentially the Kenai Peninsula would be a good location to put a helicopter if we end up getting a pilot that's capable and a machine that needs a place to go. I'm not aware of any other areas that we've talked about so far, and I'm not aware of any hard plans to purchase any more right now. But
Any other questions for board members? Captain Johnson, like you're talking about getting a bigger vessel down here, you know, like on an 80-foot vessel, does the trooper skipper that, or do you hire a skipper from outside to run a vessel like that? How does that work?
yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. No, I don't think we've had troopers as skippers in several decades now. That's all civilian hires. We have boat officers, engineers and stuff that operate our vessels, and in some cases almost live aboard them, our bigger ones. And we have the staff, like for Southeast, we already have the staff for that. We've been working hard to keep them busy in the meantime until the new boat comes online.
Thanks. Vice Chair Hoffman.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Captain Johnson, for your report. The the Mulchatna herd is closed. It's been closed for several years. And I was just seeing I know right after September, sounds like troopers are transitioning from wheels to skis and training's going on. But as far as the Mulchatna caribou herd, right about that same time, the herds come down before freeze up, and they're very close to all the villages and towns in that area. And I was wondering, is there a way to get some aerial support right at that time in November? Because it would be really good to have presence around when that herd is that close to all those villages at that time.
Yeah, to the chair, Member Hoffman. Yes, the troopers out in Western Alaska, actually, that time of year, that's about all they're monitoring is the Mulchatna herd. I get emails and sorry about that, emails and updates on where the herd is and where folks are going pretty constantly. You're right, it is a transition time for our fixed wing, but we do have a helicopter in Bethel, so as long as weather isn't preventing folks from getting out, I know they try to get out a fair bit and get into some of those communities and even before the animals get there, try to provide education and stuff, and at least, to lack of a better term, wave the flag and let people know we're about. But you're absolutely right. Travel can be challenging at that time of year between weather and just, like you said, freeze up. It's not safe for boat travel, and there's no snow for snow machines yet.
Any other questions from board members? If not, thanks a bunch, Captain Johnson. And next, Department of Law.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It wouldn't be a update from a lawyer if it didn't come with a legal disclaimer, so that's where I'm going to start. This litigation update is intended to provide the board with a status update of cases of interest. It is not intended to provide attorney-client advice or to provide information or strategy that may be covered by legal privilege. So with that, starting with a couple federal cases, in Alaska versus the Federal Subsistence Board, the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals affirmed the district court's judgment that the Federal Subsistence Board does have the authority to authorize an emergency subsistence hunt for moose and deer on federal public lands in Alaska. This was requested by within the organized village of Cake in the southeast. The state had also unsuccessfully challenged the Federal Subsistence Board's delegation of authority to local federal land managers to open emergency hunts and to delegate hunt administration outside of the federal agency. The Ninth Circuit did vacate the district court's rejection of this argument, holding it was outside the scope of remand, meaning that particular decision does not hold precedential value. The case is now closed. In the United States versus State of Alaska, in 2022, the United States sued the state seeking to void Alaska's emergency orders opening harvest on the Kuskokwim River within the refuge during a federal closure. The federal district court granted summary judgment for the United States. The Ninth Circuit affirmed, rejecting the state's argument that the Supreme Court's decision in Sturgeon precluded federal regulation of navigable waters, which are not public lands as defined as ANILCA. The state filed a petition for certiorari with the United States Supreme Court seeking to resolve the question of whether the United States can regulate fishing on Alaska's navigable waters when the statutory authority under ANILCA does limit it to public lands. The Supreme Court denied certiorari on January 12, 2025, leaving the Ninth Circuit decision in place. This case is now closed. Turning to state cases, there's a case, Otna versus State. Otna and two shareholders filed suit in 2022, challenging the structure of the Nelchina caribou herd hunts in Unit 13, alleging they're in violation of the state's statutory subsistence priority, and that the use of board findings is in violation of the Administrative Procedures Act. The court denied a preliminary injunction back in 2022. In 2025, Otna amended their complaint, and the parties have exchanged discovery, including taking multiple depositions. Litigation is ongoing. Trial is currently scheduled for the end of May 2025. In Alaska Wildlife Alliance versus State, the Alaska Wildlife Alliance sued to invalidate a board intensive management regulation adopted in 2022, providing for predator control of bears to aid in the recovery of the Mulchatna caribou herd. The substance of the challenge was that the amendment to include bears was not sufficiently noticed to the public when the original proposal addressed the geographic area for wolf control. The plaintiffs further argued the board considered insufficient information to conclude that bear removal could be done consistent with sustained yield. The Superior Court agreed with both positions, invalidating the 2022 bear control regulation. That case is now closed. Bittner versus State, the plaintiff originally sued the state over mismanagement of both the Mulchatna and Western Arctic caribou herds, and the predator control program for the Mulchatna caribou herd adopted in 2022. While the Superior Court dismissed the case for lack of standing, the Supreme Court reversed that dismissal of the complaint and remanded in February of 2025, holding the plaintiff had sufficiently pled standing to sue due to her aesthetic interest in viewing bears in Southwest Alaska. On remand, the plaintiff abandoned claims of herd mismanagement, but maintained her challenge to the 2022 intensive management regulation, while also seeking declaratory judgment on a couple constitutional issues. Oral argument was held in early November 2025. We still await a decision on that case. Castle versus Alaska Board of Game. In 2025, we received a decision from the Alaska Supreme Court affirming the board action in that case. A hunter challenged a regulation allocating at least 60% of permits to hunt Kodiak brown bear to Alaska residents, with the remainder being allocated to non-residents. The Supreme Court affirmed the decision upholding the regulation. The court had first rejected the argument that the regulation had violated the equal access provisions of Article 8 of the Alaska Constitution. That constitutional principle prohibits giving monopolistic grants or special privileges to take fish and game. Those provisions do not prohibit treating Alaska residents differently than non-residents, and reserving some hunting opportunity for non-residents on conditions more onerous than those applicable to Alaskans raises no equal access problem. The equal access clauses are not implicated by a regulation that applies equally to all the state's citizens, nor does the regulation confer an impermissible grant of monopoly rights on the guiding industry. The regulation merely allocates some of the resource, in this case less than 40%, to a user group. The court also upheld the 60-40 allocation itself, holding the board adequately considered the relevant maximum beneficial use factors, which appropriately included the economic benefits of commercial use by non-residents to the state more broadly, and the significant conservation value commercial guides bring to the task of managing the population for sustained yield. Fore versus State, this was a fisheries case. The plaintiff had sued the Department of Fish and Game and Board of Fisheries, alleging that declines in Chinook and chum salmon populations in the Yukon and Kuskokwim rivers since statehood were the result of the state's failure to manage the fish according to the sustained yield principle. He sought a declaration that the state had been unconstitutionally managing the fisheries for decades, as demonstrated by the failure of mandatory sustained yield policies and outcomes. He sought injunctive relief to fulfill the sustained yield mandate for management of those fish populations. However, he did not challenge any specific policy, regulation, or action by the state. The Superior Court ruled the claims were non-justiciable and dismissed the suit for failure to state a claim upon which relief could be granted, and the Supreme Court affirmed this decision. The claims for injunctive relief are political questions that would require judges to make fishery policy, despite lacking the institutional competence to do so. And the claim for declaratory relief would not, even if granted, settle or clarify any legal relations between the parties, and is therefore not justiciable. And finally, the last state case I have an update for is Taylor versus State. In 2023, the plaintiff challenged the Board of Games' extension of an intensive management regulation for moose in Unit 15C while the moose population was within board objectives. The state and Taylor cross-moved for summary judgment. Briefing was completed and oral argument was held in April of 2025. In October, the court issued an order granting summary judgment for the plaintiff, invalidating this regulation. The state moved for reconsideration, arguing the order had misapprehended some material facts and law and unnecessarily reached the constitutional questions. While reconsideration was denied, the state has filed an appeal in this case to seek further legal review. So that case is now ongoing as an appeal. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very, very much for that update. Do we have questions for Department of Law for Kimberly Delfredi? If not, thank you very much for that. And at this time, guys, we'll take a 10-minute break and come back, and Member Loring will give us an update for the Big Game Commercial Services Board. Hey, everybody. Oh, thanks. Everybody, welcome back. And our board grew. We're joined by Member Batesdale. The shortest distance to get here is the Raven flies and late to the party. You want to introduce yourself?
I'm Jim Batesdale, live in Thorn Bay. Been a couple days getting here because of fog.
Thanks for that. And now that we're a 7-member board, we'll jump back to elections. So at this time, I would like to open up the floor for nominations for chairman. Vice Chair Hoffman.
Yeah, I'd like to nominate Jake Fletcher.
Any other nominations? If no nominations, I'll close the floor to nominations. Does anybody have any objections just to having unanimous consent? Looking up and down the board, I don't think anybody has any objections. So that being said, I won't change chairs. I'll stay here for now. I'll open up the floor for nominations for vice chairman. Nominations, Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I nominate Stosh Hoffman.
Any other nominations for vice chair? No nominations. We'll close the floor for nominations. And is it still acceptable? No objections to just having a unanimous consent to have Stosh Hoffman stay on as vice chair? Looking up and down here, I'm getting the affirmative. So Vice Chairman Hoffman, you don't need to change seats either. And we're going to jump right back into the agenda, and we'll have the Big Game Commercial Services Board update from Member Loring. You'll have to put on your different hat.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, board members, staff, and members of the public. My name is Dave Loring. I'm a Board of Game member, and under statute, the Big Game Commercial Services Board, as other people know as the Guide Board, is required to have a Board of Game member on their roster, and I fill that position from the Board of Game. And this board just basically has 5 or 6 meetings a year. Since the budget crisis that everybody's been facing with the government, all those meetings have been Zoom meetings, and they are open to the public. The in-person meetings kind of stopped here last year, and hopefully they'll get back in place in the near future. Anyway, our current board chairman, Aaron Bloomquist, just recently resigned. He's going to be pursuing some personal endeavors. And because of that, we'll be having elections here shortly on our new chairman and a new vice chairman. So like I said, we have meetings every couple of months by Zoom. And these meetings consist of just general guide transporter issues. A large part of it has to do with disciplinary issues with guides and transporters have gotten in trouble, gone through the system, either through the criminal system or the civil lawsuit system through the Attorney General's office. And then they come back before the board to either approve or disapprove the penalties that they get. We also deal with initial guide applications and game management unit testing on a regular basis. Also hear public testimony. So one good thing that's come out of the Big Game Services Board is the fees they've been collecting for guide applications, renewal fees, and game management unit fees have been increasing in the coffers, and because of that, we've been able to reduce those fees significantly for new applications and renewals. And we're going to be reducing fees for the guide game management unit testing also. The board's hoping that they'll get a fiscal note out of this current legislature to put into the guide concession program to put it into place. And it's a much needed process that the legislature passed into law last year, and we're just hoping that a fiscal note comes out so that can get started. And that's about all I have. It's a pretty simple process. I know I have another 6 months before my term expires in this board, and I'll plan on staying with Big Game Commercial Services Board during that time. So is there any questions from anybody, any staff members or board members?
Any board member questions? I think you've been doing a fantastic job talking to Chairman Bloomquist, and you were Chairman Bunch too. You were under Chairman Bunch. I know you're doing a fantastic job, and I'd love to see you continue on in that role if you're willing to do it. I know it's a lot of extra work, but I'm looking up and down here, and I think everybody's good with that. Any other questions for Member Loring? If not, we'll move on down the agenda here to Member Barrett. He's going to talk about wood bison planning working group.
Yep, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, staff, and to the public. So, as most of you know, we've had 2 successful introductions of wood bison in the state, one in Lower Onoco out by Shagluck, and then most recently in the Mento management area. I don't know what's going on there. And that herd's been doing rather well. We put a total of about 60 bison out there. We had 4 born and then 3 die, so we had a net gain of 1 bison over that time since that introduction. You know, we've learned a lot from the Lower Onoco introduction that, you know, putting older animals out into an initial reintroduction, they don't fare as well as young animals like 1- and 2-year-olds, sometimes 3-year-olds. So, you know, that's part of the success with the Mento herd, that we had a large population of yearling bison and just a handful up to, I think, 3 like 5-year-olds. So we've learned some stuff like that. The other cool thing that's continually going on is educational outreach. The department in the Fairbanks area, Tom Seaton and Luke Rogers, do a phenomenal job of getting out to the local communities and the villages where wood bison have. We put them out there and where they are, and then they continue as we move forward, wanting to make another release in Yukon Flats. So he's been working on the middle and upper Yukon area communities and villages, and going in those, and you know, summer long, going to all kinds of different events and answering questions of people's curiosity with these bison. And so in 2015 in the local area, you know, which was our initial release, we released about 130 bison, and they've had some really great times where they increased in population, and then as fast as we increased population due to weather anomalies out there, especially icing conditions, you know, that population has dropped just as fast. We tried to jumpstart it again with another small reintroduction of some younger bison out there, and you know, again, we ran into some weather issues out there, but currently we're at about 110 bison, so we're slightly underneath what we started with, but they're really weather dependent out there. If we have several really good years of what we call breakups or good springs, they're highly productive, and they rebound really quickly. We had a meeting this year, another 3-day meeting in Fairbanks, doing a scoping and community outreach for reintroducing wood bison into the Yukon Flats, which, you know, this would be our 3rd reintroduction, and under federal regulation, it is, you know, it's one of the last areas we can go into. And, you know, ironically, that was the best area that we should have started with, but because of politics and other things, you know, we weren't able to get them out there first. So we had a really productive meeting. There was a lot of cooperation, a lot of discussion again. And so potentially it looks like that we'll be getting another release out there in the very near future, maybe like this summer or so. One of the things what we found also when we were moving bison out to Mento was Tom Seaton and his crew transported 2 young bison by airplane out to the release site. They found out that, you know, it's quicker as, you know, 1 or 2 animals, and it's fairly reasonable as far as expense goes, which is really good because the issue with releasing bison in the Yukon Flats area is, you know, largely that land is made up of federal land and private ownership and corporation land, but there are patches of state land, and the site that was selected had an RS 2477 trail, but it wasn't adjudicated by the state, so you couldn't really use it to cross private and federal lands. And so this airplane transportation of bison out there will be real feasible and probably meet within our budgets of doing something like that. Turn my page here. So with all these reintroductions, the 2 that we've done and the potential one in Yukon Flats, there's been a total of 13 meetings, which basically are about 3 days long. So there's been, you know, a solid 40 days of listening and participation of, you know, people being involved in getting bison out there. We talked about that. There is some people, there was an area that's called the Toe Jacket agricultural area, select area that the governor had gotten in and DNR, you know, made. And it was one of the areas that was of concern with releasing wood bison in the lower Kantishna, Tolovana area. And, yep, and as much as we didn't want them to go there, bison like to do like caribou sometimes. They want to go figure out where they live. And so there has been some sightings of bison out there. The department's well aware of it. And they take as many precautions as they can to encourage the bison to leave. There's really no food for them there. They did discover some, as they made the road out to that area, that the DOT or the DNR put some grass along the ditch lines that kind of attracted them a little bit. But it still seems like they just bounce up in that area and then they go back. And that was one of the real reasons that the department and the working group wanted to have the bison in a fenced-in area in a soft pen and get for 9 or 9.5 months and right into their calving area or calving time. So that would establish a core area for them. And the majority of the bisons, respect that. You just get some caribou that are going to be explorers and go explore. So that's what some of that stuff is going out there. There's not a lot of agricultural going on out there, so it's not a huge issue right now, but the department is, keeping an eye on that absolutely for sure. And for those that don't know, all our bison come from Elk Island. We get that's a pure genetic wood bison area that they do a lot of testing. The Canadians do a lot of testing. Our department does a lot of testing before any bison come over here. And we're allowed to get about 40-ish calves every other year for reintroduction for our populations. So, we still have a really good source of bison to get from. I think that was about it. So, yeah, we're encouraged that we may see bison in the Yukon Flats within a year and have another population to talk about.
Thanks for that, Member Brett. Any questions for Member Brett? Member Loring?
Thank you. This is for Member Brett, maybe Director Scott too. Is that in that agriculture area down by the Kantishna, is that, we used to call it the bison ranch out there that had Plains bison, is that still there, and are those bison still there, or any thoughts about interbreeding?
Through the chair, Member Loring, they are still there, and it is something that our staff continues to try to engage the owners. My understanding, and Member Brett likely knows a lot more about it, they wander. I mean, they're fairly feral, I would say. I don't think there's a lot of folks paying attention to them. Inbreeding, between the two species is a concern, because as Member Brett pointed out, the wood bison we get from Alberta is, they are as pure as you're going to get. So something we know about, we're keeping an eye on them. We've discussed a few options potentially. That's where that's at.
And just one more short follow-up. I was able to attend this last wood bison working group meeting, at least part of it. It was a really, really fantastic meeting, especially interaction with all the different groups in the public on the new introduction to the Yukon Flats up there by Talkeetsie. But one of the deals was that Luke was able to get us a tour at the Large Animal Research Center there at UAF to look at these wood bison. I know a lot of the staff already seen them, but they're a pretty impressive animal. And these animals were maybe 2 or 3 years old. They were younger animals, but still big and impressive and blocky and completely different animals than the Points bison. So anybody has a chance to see those animals, I'd take advantage of it, either there or out at the facility out there at Portage. And along with that, I was also able to go see the caribou research out there in Palmer at the last meeting we had in Wasilla, and that was another great opportunity that the department provided the board members. So I appreciate the department doing both of those. Thank you.
Vice Chair Hoffman.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Al, for that detailed, thorough report. You answered all my questions. I'm only have one now. And this one has to deal with, have you noted any mortality on adult or mature wood bison from predators on these herds?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, yes, in the Untitled herd, because of snow conditions got really deep and there was some icing, and it was late in the year, the bison got kind of weak. So yes, there was some evidence and some indication that there was some predation by some wolves on one, maybe 2 bison.
Okay, thank you, because a lot of the people in the beginning thought, oh, we're going to get wood bison and the wolves won't be able to get them, but that was already proven not to be the case.
It's proven because of the anomaly of deep snow. So if you look at something like the McGrath, American bison that are planted out there, it's nearly never documented that there's any predation on them, but the snow is a lot different condition out there than there is. And the same with Delta. I don't think I've ever heard anything in Delta of ever being, something, wolves or bears preying on the Delta bison.
Thank you.
Member Mueller.
Through the chair, thank you. Member Barrett, I do have a question. And thank you for your presentation and your time invested with the working group. Do you have any information on what testing they've done for pregnancy or cow-to-calf ratio there?
Yes, there's more information on that on the Untitled because it's been there longer and has a higher age class or different makeup of age classes. On the mental one, being that they were so young and there was only, I think, 3 5-year-old bison put out there, and one of them was a bull. I think the other two were females. That's why we had such a low productivity of only 4 bison. Which we already knew going into it, it wasn't going to be very high because of the age classes. So, and I forgot to add, there should be on the website, so anybody that wants to get a really detailed update, the department put out a Zoom meeting on update on wood bison, and they touch on the Untitled and the Mento and some of the Yukon Flat stuff, and there's a little bit more detailed information than what I had given.
Great, thank you. And I just wanted to share too, I believe that the Shagaluk, that herd was, when it was still down at the Alaska Wildlife Conservation Center, that was, I think it was 2014, if I remember. So kudos to everybody and all their hard work, because it's 12 years into it now. So it's exciting to see. So thanks to everyone there.
The ironic thing about the bison that were down there, I think we've had 2 generations of bison before we ever got them, out into the field. So there were a lot of bison born there, and So we
Yes.
adjusted with that too.
Great. I remember volunteering with Tom Seaton out there to do the testing, so that was a great opportunity for the public to come down to witness and if they could volunteer, so that's great.
I'll just add to that too, these programs work good, and it can't be really done without the vast amount of volunteers that go into putting up fences, taking down fences, babysitting bison like we did out in Mento. The director was out there, got to see that in the middle of winter in Fairbanks, and so the public has a lot of already skin in the game by just volunteering. Some get paid. There are some bison guards that go through department program to watch, bison and learn how to haze them away from properties or airfields. But yeah, to do something as big as we're doing doesn't come without a lot of volunteers participating.
Any other questions from board members? If not, Al, are you willing to continue sermon? I tell you what, having somebody that's been there since the inception and all that history and going all the way through, and I know it takes a ton of time, but if you continue on that hat, I'm kind of looking up and down the board here. I think everybody would probably like that as well.
Thank you.
And for the record, he said yes.
Yes.
All right, we're going to move to the Unit 19C Doll Sheep Committee and Working Group. Myself, Vice Chair Hoffman, and Dave Loring are members of that. Dave Loring took over from Jerry Burnett. Just a kind of a short history on that. The working group met. They came up with a product. That product was closely tied to the guide concessions program. That proposal ended up passing. But we're going to talk about the guide concession program a little bit later. There was a couple of things that were overlooked there, primarily with consulting with DNR about that. But the working group said that if their proposal didn't ultimately get accepted, they would love to meet again. So in short, what are the chances of that? Director Scott, we've heard that the Western Arctic Caribou Working Group meets annually. We've heard the Wood Bison Planning Group, has met 13 times. What are the shots of getting that crew back together?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You never say never, right? So I think that the opportunity is likely there. Something that I would need to discuss with the commissioner as well. I also would just remind the board that the Wild Sheep Foundation largely financed the working group and the meeting that we had in Anchorage, and I'm not sure where they would be on that, if they'd be interested. But I recognize that the guide concession program was a big part of what they landed on. I'm glad to see that it's on the agenda here, and from my perspective, I think that's a hurdle that I encourage the board to get over before we get too much further down in, setting up other working groups or bringing them back together and things like that. So, there are the options too. I immediately joined to like an in-person working group meeting. It's pretty easy to bring everybody together online. I recognize it's not sometimes not as beneficial, being in the same room with people and being able to interact. And I think most of us would agree that's a good way to go. But in the near term, it wouldn't, there really shouldn't be a reason we couldn't get people online if you had a need to do that. Yeah.
Thanks for that. Any other questions from board members about that? If not, thanks so much for that. We're going to move on down to the joint board committee. Member Barrett, myself, and Member Loring were that previously for the last joint board. Does anybody want to speak about like could talk about like what the joint board meetings are for the members of the public and maybe members of the board that don't know? Who'd be a good person to ask? Would it be you, Director Scott?
Yeah, through the chair, a lot of heads turn this way. It's not me. I suggest Director Nelson would be the best one.
All right, to my right hand here.
Sure. The joint boards, besides kind of the 5-year joint meeting cycle for proposals that we seem to have settled into, seems to work pretty well. The joint boards have a role in the selection of the commissioner for the Department of Fish and Game. I believe the commissioner of the Department of Education is the only other commissioner that is selected by a board, or at least nominated by a board. And the governor has to choose from a name provided to him by the joint boards. He can reject nominees that the joint boards provide to him and tell you to go back to work and come up with more names, but he cannot choose a permanent commissioner unless it's a name provided by the joint boards. So typically, the boards have got together with the joint committees, and by the way, the fish side's current members of the joint board, which they just updated at their work session this year, is Kurt Chamberlain, Greg Swenson, and Olivia Irwin on that side. Typically, they have essentially opened up an application process when the commissioner position comes vacant, conducts interviews if necessary, and then meets in a joint session. Probably those will probably mostly be done by Zoom, I'm guessing, in the future. But and then decides what name or names to send to the governor.
And do you have any idea of what the workload would be for this working group in the next year? Is it a possibility of, probably distinct possibility of meeting like that, anything like that?
Oh, I think it's, very likely you guys will need to, since this governor is termed out, there is another governor coming in. It certainly sounds like our commissioner is ready to retire when there's a change of administrations, but I guess it might be a question for law if for some reason a new incoming governor decided to keep the current commissioner and the current commissioner was amenable to that. I presume they'd still need to do a selection process. I don't know. That's an interesting question. But probably a long shot situation I'm speculating about here.
Through the chair, Mr. Nelson, I don't have the answer to that. Typically those positions switch over with administration, so I'm not familiar with how that would go.
I think it's safe to assume that you will need to go through a selection process. So. And most likely what it would be a meeting of the joint committee to kind of flesh out the process that you guys want to follow. And then, there would ultimately need to be a joint board meeting, full joint board meeting, again, probably by Zoom, to vote on the name or names to forward to the governor.
Would part of that meeting perhaps be, I remember the last joint board meeting, there were proposals by, I think probably Chrissy and yourself that about, ACs and dissolving some ACs and stuff. Would that be a part of that process or no?
No, I don't think so. I mean, I'd have to take a look and see if we follow that 5-year cycle for the call for proposals. Since every other of those meetings is when you guys have been taking up non-subsistence area proposals as well, and we did that at the most recent joint board meeting. This next joint board meeting would mainly be just about the process and the advisory committee system, not non-subsistence areas. And that would be after when you guys would need to do commissioner selection, so.
Thanks for that. That being said, we need to have 3 members of this joint board committee. Would anybody be interested in taking my spot? Anybody interested in serving on the committee? All right, Member Barrett, we got 1. Member Mueller, all right, that's 2, and Member Loring. We really appreciate that. We got three members there to keep us posted on goings on. So. And the next item on the agenda is the approval of the 2026-2027 meeting dates and locations for Western Arctic and Interior Region meetings. And Art, do you mind walking us through that? And I think we all have our packets in front of us so we can walk through that as well.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. This memo on this is on page 8 of 17 of your RC1 bundle for the work session. On the first page, it summarizes a number of points that that the board has considered when setting dates and locations. And these are all standard that, you know, we estimate the number of meeting days needed based on previous meetings and how long those have taken. I know you have typically chosen to have your meetings begin on a Friday to accommodate public testimony over the weekend, so people don't have to necessarily take time off work. And a couple other issues. I also included here the Board of Fisheries meetings that we usually try to avoid overlap with if possible, especially because Subsistence Division can't be in two places at the same time since they cover both fish and game boards. And so those are the meetings for, that would potentially be conflicts with your meetings for the dates and locations that you're looking at in the rest of this memo. What we've got on page 2 is a list of options for both the Western Arctic, Western Region meeting and for the Interior and Eastern Arctic meetings. A couple of the relevant state holidays that you might want to keep in mind. And then below that, we list for each of these 2 meetings where they've been held in past years, going back at least to the early 2000s. So that's what you have there, Mr. Chair. What I would request is that you indicate a preferred date for each of these meetings and perhaps also indicate a preferred backup date, and so that we have some choices when we're out hunting for venues and accommodations, that we have a fallback date that you have blessed, so to speak, so that we have a little bit of flexibility. But then as far as the locations, that's up to you guys. I really encourage you to do as much as you can and take advantage of the opportunity to get to communities maybe you haven't been to before. This is my first time to Wrangell. I'm really enjoying this. So, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for that. So, Director Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and appreciate the board taking time to discuss this. As part of our normal process, we do go through and talk to the staff in the regions that will be in cycle in the upcoming years. So while we certainly understand the board makes the decision on the dates and where, I want to make sure that I do my due diligence and let you know what came out of our staff. For Region 5, the weeks of January 22nd or 29 worked best. I think Bethel was next up in the rotation, but we did list Bethel Nome. We also listed Kotzebue, even though the board did meet there most recently. Pretty good chance you're going to have a heavy load on the Western Arctic herd at that board meeting, so might be worth thinking about that. And then for Region 3, the week of March 19th. Typically, we've met in Fairbanks. That works well for us. Of course, the board can make the decision. And oftentimes, that March meeting, you know, the reason we end up with the dates we do is because of spring break, when we're going to have, you know, kids out of school and family travel and things like that. But thank you for the opportunity to just provide those to you, and we will be where you want us to be when you want us to be.
George.
And Mr. Chair, I also want to add, not only the Subsistence Division, but the Commissioner's Office also attends all the meetings, so there might be a challenge if you overlap them to a point where both Subsistence and the Commissioner's Office can't be at one of the meetings. That may be challenging. Just to give you a heads up. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for that. Member Loring.
Yeah, Director Scott, could you go back over the dates for the Interior meeting in March that you liked? I missed it.
Yeah, through the chair, Member Loring, staff indicated the week of March 19th, so the 19th through the 26th, I believe.
Thank you.
Art, could you just really quickly go over, you know, whenever you're looking for, you know, all the things we need to conduct a meeting, like what goes through your head? Do you look for hotel rooms, restaurants, venue, all those type of things?
Yes, Mr. Chair, and obviously, since we have history with holding meetings in each of these communities on the list in the past, I believe all of these communities could continue to host a meeting if you choose any of these in the future. I guess it might be, if you choose somewhere we haven't gone to before, that might be something we'd have to go do a little research on for whether there's adequate meeting location and lodging and dining options. But, I believe at least looking at these options for where you've held it in the past, I don't see any particular concerns with trying to go back to those communities again, so.
In total, the whole crew, the whole package that we bring into a community, how many persons is that? Does anybody know kind of roughly?
I guess it would depend on how many people come from the division staff, but, we always typically have 4 from boards, 7 of you guys, and I would say it's probably on the, including the other staff, we're probably talking about 20 people at the meetings, and then that doesn't include advisory committees that we bring representatives in for, as well as other members of the public who may want to come and attend the meeting.
Quite a few. Vice Chair Hoffman.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So my question is for the January meeting, the Western Arctic meeting, and maybe to Ryan. Given the gravity and the stuff we're dealing with the Arctic Western caribou herd, also, you noted on the rotation that maybe Bethel's next, but to me, it looks like Barrow is up next. But with that being said, and everything going on with the Western Arctic, would we, if we decided, could we go to Kotzebue again? Would that be a problem?
Yeah, through the chair, Member Hoffman. Barrow got skipped. That was, we ended up going to Kotzebue. There's not necessarily a solid rotation, but Barrow would have been the next one up. Certainly, we could go back to Kotz. We also noted, and I'll just put this out, for you to consider, we need to be careful because I don't want to blow it up, that it's going to be such a huge deal, the Western Arctic herd, but I do anticipate quite a few proposals. You might want to consider somewhere central, like Anchorage, where a lot of other people can get to, a lot of people who have input into what's going on with the Western Arctic herd. That was mentioned to me, and so I'm passing it on, but you're right, Barrow got skipped. Going back to Kotz is not a problem.
Other board members, Member Loring.
Thank you, Director Scott. The caribou issues with the Mochatna herd too is another big thing that I think a lot of people have interest in, and maybe Anchorage might be the way to go. That bring for all these big issues that seem to be a little bit more hot button than other ones together, that they'd have an opportunity to show up there. Plus, there's all kinds of other reasons to go to Anchorage that aren't board game related, but be a thought to have more central location. Thank you.
Other board members, thoughts on locations? I think the Kuskokwim 300 starts January 23rd.
Yep.
That being said, I guess, does anybody, maybe Member Loring, you want to put forth an idea of a place to meet, or Vice Chair Hoffman? Vice Chair Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just for discussion purposes, and again, I brought up the Western Arctic, but Member Loring brought up the Mochatna herd. A lot of these, like when we were in Kotzebue, the last one, it had the highest number of testifiers that we've seen in quite a few years, and that was due to that. And I'm wondering if do we need to make a decision now, or can we do a little background work? Because I don't know if a lot of these people that showed up for this one would be able to financially be able to make it to Anchorage. That's one concern I have, so something to discuss.
Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I used to be on the Western Arctic Caribou Working Group, and it's a really good group. But back then, and how it's been managed and how the people have been managed out there since then, the board it's very difficult as a board member, to address some of these issues out there with the exact opposite thing happening on the federal subsistence side, and that, the huge part of the Western Arctic caribou herd is on federal lands. And so it's very hard for this board to, make conservation concerns or make decisions based on conservation when there's another board that doesn't address, all the things that we have to address as far as, accountability and conservation and, respect to all the people in Alaska to use. So I kind of like, getting out there, and I see what Member Hoffman was saying. There's a lot of input from the local people out there. Right now, very few people that aren't federally qualified get opportunity to harvest off the Western Arctic caribou herd. And so I'm kind of neutral. I can see the advantages of having something a little more neutral, but then I greatly appreciate that all the people that live in those communities, don't have the means and to get to Anchorage to make, a public testimony. So I kind of thinking about going out locally and then versus, neutral places.
Thanks for that, Member Brett. Any other board members' thoughts on that? Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and appreciate it, Stosh, for that input. I know that quite a few folks of this 53 testifiers actually came over for different reasons in Western Arctic caribou. I know Anatuvik Pass had 2 airplanes over to talk about their controlled use area. So, but we're no telling what the proposals are for that meeting. It could very well be other areas of interest that are going to bring in multiple testifiers too. So I'm kind of neutral also. I think there's some real benefits that go into the local areas. It gives those folks more of a feeling that they have a lot more input. A lot of folks live in Kotzebue, but we did have quite a few people come in from other villages for that meeting also. So I guess I'd like to hear what other board members think about a more central location or going back out to the village. Thank you.
Vice Chair Hoffman.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Just to add on to what Dave just said, for me, myself, I'll just speak for myself on this. Generally, if we go to a neutral place like Anchorage, I think we're going to end up getting people that are appointed to the meeting, such as, advisory committee people and some other specific. But for me, if we go out to like Kotzebue or Nome, we're going to get people who are on the cuff, who actually, would never attend one, that decide to attend one. And boy, those are some of the insights I really enjoy and like to hear of on the ground reality. And people who, you tend to get a lot more of that if we go to Anchorage. So that I'm leaning towards Kotzebue, but listen to other board members.
Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a question to Member Hoffman. What do you think you get the same amount of people if it was in Barrow? Or is Kotzebue the better?
I don't know.
All right.
I guess my personal opinion here would be kind of to lean toward what Vice Chairman Hoffman said. Going out rurally, I'm kind of looking at our history here, and I'm kind of in agreement with Vice Chair Hoffman too, that maybe Barrow is the next one on the list. I remember at Kotzebue, quite a few people from Barrow came over, as well. But anyway, that's just a few of my thoughts. Vice Chair Hoffman.
Okay, so we've been talking about this a little bit, about this, people getting to wherever. Does anyone know if it's more expensive for them? Like, I know a group came from Anatuvik to Kotzebue, but so expense-wise, if we go back to the neutral place Anchorage, would that be a cheaper route for most people to attend if they did what happened in Kotzebue?
Yeah, that's difficult to say. Some of it would depend on where people are coming from. A lot of them, if it's Kotzebue or Barrow, for instance, there could be folks from the other areas that are going to have to route down through Anchorage to get to either of those communities, and there could be, based on the timing of the flights, overnights needed in Anchorage in order to make the flights to and from those locations. But then again, it could be cheaper for the folks that are in the nearby outlying communities to get them into Kotzebue versus bringing them to Anchorage. So I don't think I could give you kind of a definitive answer on that. That could be some savings, could be some increases.
Any other questions, comments? Member Loring.
Just a little bit more on the cost. It's pretty hard to tell. I know that all the North Slope villages, and you can Anchorage, you can get to Barrow one day. All Point Hope and Aquasuk and Nueces and Point Lay and all those places. Kotzebue, you're probably going to end up going through Anchorage. It might be a 2-day trip for those folks at Kotzebue and Nome. But going opposite directions, probably look at the same issues. So I think it's 6 of one, half dozen the other on cost. It's going to be fairly expensive. The logistics is going to be tough for some folks and easy for other ones. So anyway, thank you.
Member Mueller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I hear what my fellow board members are sharing. I do believe and agree with you all that it is important that we make sure that we have the representation in those regions. And I think it's important that we're there. I personally have been to these other locations, but I want to make sure that we are meeting the needs and requests of the public. And I appreciate that there were 53 testifiers from Kotzebue, so that's the direction I'm leaning.
Director Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Mr. Nelson can probably speak to this better than I can. I do recall, though, several conversations with Christy Tibbles over the years about venues in Anchorage being most expensive, I believe. Is that, so that might be something, you know, the board wants to consider as well.
That being said, I kind of think I hear from a few board members that maybe getting out in the rural communities is kind of the way that we're leaning toward. I really appreciate Member Loring suggesting Anchorage, but I'm going to kind of look up and down the table here. Member Loring, are you stuck on the Member Loring?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No, I'm not. And just to move things along, I just make a motion that we accept Kotzebue as our venue, and also look at the dates. We have 2 sets of weekends that Wildlife Conservation gave us, the 22nd and 29th, and so we just need to decide on which should be the primary, which should be the backup. But if we can move forward and maybe put Kotzebue down as our meeting venue, and then come up with a date that best suits everybody. Thank you.
Second.
All right, that's been moved and seconded as Kotzebue as our meeting spot. Looking up and down here, can I ask for unanimous consent that Kotzebue's it? All right. We'll meet in Kotzebue, and next up are the dates. Do any board members have any preference on I know the department's given us a couple sets of dates, and Art said they'd like a set of dates and a set of backup dates. Do any board members have any conflicts off the top of their head with any of these dates? Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's not a large conflict, but I would choose January 22nd to the 25th over the one that goes to the 1st of February.
Second.
That's been moved and seconded. Any board member comments on that, or is everybody okay with Member Brett's motion? Looking up and down here, everybody's affirmative to that, so we'll go along with that. Do you want to speak any more to that, Member Brett? And then, Director Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Safe to assume there'll be a work session the day before the board meeting starts?
That's the way we've typically done it. I think that's probably a great course of action. And any board members have any thoughts on that? If not, we'll tack on the work session to the day of. How would it work, in timing wise, if, let's say, we got flights in the morning to the afternoon, getting the work session done on the first day instead of devoting a whole day to a work session? Could we fit in a work session to a half a day? Let's say if it's a morning flight.
I think we could look at flights, but I mean, this is my first Board of Game work session sitting through, but I think honestly, we probably could have done this in half a day. I mean, maybe it would have needed to go a little bit into the evening, but I think it's feasible.
Director Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Maybe Natalie recalls when, but I'm sure fairly recently we did a work session in half a day. So I think it's pretty feasible. I mean, you have to be a little bit cognizant of what's on the agenda, and you might not want me, you know, pontificating too much on DWC. I could cut that down a little bit.
Vice Chair Hoffman.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just like to make a quick comment about what the action we just took, and a quick question to Ryan after that. But I think we, you know, given everything that's going on with the Western Arctic and that we just recently, just now decided to have the meeting in Kotzebue, I think that's, given what's going on, that's the best place for the meeting. Kotzebue is the epicenter, I think, for that herd that, and the villages and towns that use that herd. I just want to make sure, it's probably too late now, but Barrow doesn't, their harvest on that herd is very minimal, is that correct?
Through the chair, Member Hoffman, I honestly don't know. They certainly utilize the herd for sure, but Kotzebue is probably the largest hub that has access. A lot of the animals, though, did have been hanging around those North Slope communities. So, yeah, I don't know a percentage. Sorry.
Member Brett.
Yeah, I think since the herd is declined is down to what it is now, and they have lessened their range also, so it would be pretty apparent to me that the Barrow people and the Newitzik people are harvesting more Tushipuk caribou than they are Western Arctic caribou.
Any other thoughts from any other board members? Kind of what I heard from, Member Brett is our meeting spot's going to be in Kotzebue. And we're going to, is it the 22nd through the 25th? Is that what you said?
That'll be the board meeting, but we're going to do 21st work session, or are we going to try the half a day thing?
What do board members think? Should we try, Member Lauren?
Yeah, I think that we're pretty amenable to going late and evening session if we have to for that first day if our work session goes longer. And I think just for expedience, getting on with business, doing that one-day work session or half-day work session and on the same day our board meeting starts would be the best way to go.
Vice Chair Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we did decide on Kotzebue. Were we asked to come up with a plan B like Barrow? Was that one of the questions earlier?
Through the chair, not for me. I believe Director Nelson may have wanted at least backup dates. Yeah.
Member Brett.
Yeah, I don't know how we do it, but entertain, a backup date, a day prior to the 22nd, only because it's January and it's Kotzebue, and there's sometimes weather issues.
All right, and so we're kind of thinking we have a rough idea of when our primary date's going to be. We're going to try to do a half-day work session. Do we have a backup dates? Member Brett.
I think what would work is if we added a day on the end of that meeting, in case we did end up with travel, weather issues, that, we would be able to make it up with having that extra day scheduled. And if it doesn't come that way, we always adjourn early. Might be a little difficult with air, travel back, but that gives us a bumper on that end, or a cushion.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. Maybe we'll go with that, add an extra day on the end. So the dates will, what is it, the 22nd and through the 26th? 22nd is, Director Scott, does that work with you, 22nd through the 26th?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We're good to go.
Board members, 22nd through the 26th, meeting in Kotzebue. I'm looking up and down here, everybody's nodding. Well, we got unanimous consent on that. So the only thing we need to do is our backup dates. Anybody have any idea on the backup dates? Should we just do the department, what was it, 29th through February? Yeah, starting the 29th. And we would probably have the same idea of trying to do a half-day work session and putting an extra day on that. So that puts it at February what, second?
Through February 2nd, yeah.
Yeah. And then I think it's the thought of the board members that we definitely would prefer those earlier dates instead of going into February. But that being said, looking up, everybody good with that decision? We'll move on down to the next one. Art.
Next one is the dates for the interior and eastern Arctic regions. Again, we've got 2 sets of dates proposed there. The first does have overlap with Board of Fisheries meeting. The other is free and clear, and I believe Director Scott indicated that the second set of dates there in March, the 19th through the 26th, were the preferred dates by the division staff. So.
For that, guys, I mean, we've been meeting in Fairbanks. I'd love some board members' thoughts about meeting in Fairbanks and if that's still an appropriate venue, or if they're, Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's an appropriate venue for the interior meeting. With that being said, it's because we have little to no other options of holding a meeting in the interior other than Fairbanks that could accommodate the board and staff and the public. I think there's been boards in the past that have tried to address, go to Glen Allen or one of the villages on the Yukon River, and there's just not the venue that can support our type of meeting. So I would select Fairbanks again.
I'll just add too, a lot of the folks that came in and testify and just talk with them, they utilize the resources that Fairbanks has too, and kind of in conjunction with the trip. Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree with Member Barrett. I haven't heard any comments from any members of the Public Advisory Committee members that Fairbanks was a bad place to be, that they didn't think they're getting representation if we didn't go someplace else. For the several meetings I've been in Fairbanks, so I think Fairbanks would be probably the best place. And then looking at, remember your comments too about going to other villages, they just don't have the facilities, either the venue or the type of logistics or even hotels and stuff, to restaurants to support a large meeting like that. Thank you.
Vice Chair Hoffman.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I second Al's motion for Fairbanks.
All right, that motion for Fairbanks has been seconded. Any other board members' thoughts? I think we kind of captured why Fairbanks is a good idea, but does everybody agree that Fairbanks should be the meeting spot? Anybody want to interject any other ideas or entertain any other ideas? If not, we'll decide on Fairbanks being the meeting locale. The dates that were suggested by the department are the 19th through the 26th. What do the board members feel about those dates? They think they're, Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, absolutely. I support the 19th through the 26th, and it doesn't conflict with Board of Fish. And there'll be members that'll be attending Board of Fish members or Board of Fish meetings that would also want to attend the Board of Game meeting.
Do we need backup dates for that as well, or no?
It would be nice to have the backup dates. Again, we do everything we can to try to lock down those primary dates, but without having to come back to you and ask for backup dates. I mean, since I didn't put this memo together, Christy took the first swing at it, and I just took a look at it and made a few small updates. But since we're only offering 2 suggested dates for you here, I mean, I think unless you want to try to pick some other dates, I think those other dates would end up being our backup dates, so.
And Christy's somewhere with the wind blowing in her hair, sun in her face.
Hopefully not listening to this. Christy, if you're listening to this, I'm shaking my head.
Member Brett.
Yeah, so the main concern, with the Board of Fish meeting going on, and, well, the one biggest one I see is division of subsistence. I would ask George, I mean, you got Caroline Brown in Fairbanks, but does she participate in that fish meeting that's coming up, or do you have the staff that could help with that overlay?
We'll do what you say. We can split staff up. It's all about the timing too, if it's the first half of a day or the first day or two, but the back end of it during deliberations is where the challenge is. If you need information on demand, that can be challenging. We will adapt. Thank you.
So with that, and I think we're safe with our first choice, but as for a Plan B, I guess we can work with it, and section or division of subsistence can work with that if it comes that we have to use Plan B.
I think maybe we can, as a board, we can give discretion to board support. Art, if we do have a problem, that he can go ahead and reset those dates without coming back to us, if that's something we can consider. I don't think it's gonna happen, at least for Fairbanks, but, you know, listening to subsistence is be the only conflicts.
I think that's a fantastic idea. Any other board members like that idea too? Giving Art the discretion, or maybe the new Art, this discretion, so. We'll do that, meeting place in Fairbanks, 19th through the 26th, and we'll give you a discretion if we need to wiggle those dates around.
We can make that work, thank you.
Great. Are we queued up to do that, or should we do it after lunch, or what would be the best way to do it?
We could, Mr. Chair, we could do it right now. We have Joe Felkel, who was going to speak to the call for proposals related to Administrative Order 360. He's online, and I would suggest if you don't want to take a lunch break now, that we go ahead and review that AO 360 call for proposals first, so that Joe can get that out of the way. I believe he's got a upcoming appointment on the Hill that he's going to need to get to soon. So
That sounds awesome. We'll roll right into that.
Oh. Okay, we'll just hold in place while we get Joe queued up. Is he in the Zoom right now, Savannah?
Yeah, good morning. This is Joe Felkel here. Sorry, I wasn't sure, Art, if you were still going to do a bit of an intro on the proposals or if I should just take it from here.
Well, since we're flipping the order, I intended to go through this. Joe, if you want to just go ahead and introduce AO 360 first. This is in your packet, Mr. Chair, beginning on page 14 of 17, and we have a draft call for proposals related to AO 360 here. This is very similar to the call that the Board of Fisheries approved for their AO 360 process. And we do, before I turn it over to Joe, we do anticipate this being a separate but parallel call for proposals process with what would be your normal call for proposals that you'd be issuing this winter. They'd be separate forms. But nonetheless, we do have the draft call there for you to review and comment on. But Joe, if you'd like to go ahead and speak to AO 360.
Of course. Thank you, Art. Good morning, Chair Fletcher and members of the board. Thank you for the flexibility in kind of overviewing this special call of proposals now. The legislative session is underway, and I'm still acting as the Department of Fish and Game's legislative liaison. And so for those of you that don't know me, my name is Joe Felkel. I'm here today in my role as the agency regulatory liaison that's been designated by the commissioner to help support the department and boards in implementing Administrative Order 360. As many of you are likely aware, the governor issued AO 360 in August to initiate statewide regulatory reform. The overarching goal is for all executive branch agencies, which would include departments, boards, commissions, and public corporations, to reduce discretionary regulatory requirements by 15% by the end of 2026 and by 25% by the end of 2027. The intent is, and I quote, to improve the quality, transparency, and efficiency of the state's regulatory environment. Now, we all know the boards operate under a very unique regulatory structure, one that doesn't always fit neatly into a one-size-fits-all approach. Recognizing this, the commissioner and I have been working closely with the governor's office and Department of Law to identify a path forward that fits within the board's process while still meeting the governor's goals for AO 360. The first step in implementation is to gather input from the public on which regulations are the most burdensome and to hear from them on their ideas to simplify regulatory requirements. Fortunately for us, the board already has a well-established mechanism to receive public input. So what the department proposes to you all for consideration today is to incorporate scoping for AO 360 into a single call of proposals across all Board of Game regulations, specifically focused on regulatory reform. And as Mr. Nelson said, this would run parallel to the regular call of proposals. So proposals that are determined responsive would be included in the appropriate proposal book for the board to consider during its normal 3-year meeting cycle. Before you is the draft call of proposals specific to AO 360. We designed this special call to be similar to what you and the members of the public are familiar with. It includes language from the scoping notice template that the Department of Law prepared, and it clarifies that allocative proposals are not being sought through this scoping process. Those allocative proposals will continue to be solicited through the regular call for each meeting cycle. This special call seeks proposals that may clarify regulatory obligations, reduce costs for the public, industry, or government, improve or streamline procedures, applications, and review processes, for example, reducing the time required to apply for a license, permit, or benefit, reduce administrative burdens, streamline permitting procedures, improve communication procedures, provide greater transparency with respect to standards, decision-making, and rationales for application processing, or to clarify interagency roles. After the submission deadline, the department will process the proposals as normal and include them in the appropriate proposal book moving forward. As the agency regulatory liaison, I will assist in tracking these proposals and in developing a regulatory reform plan for both the department and the boards to help meet the targets set. Now, I won't sugarcoat it. This is a very significant undertaking. Alaska's Fish and Game Code spans over 2,600 pages, much of which you have helped construct and fall under the board's authorities. So instead of reinventing the wheel, we believe integrating AO 360 into the board's existing process is the most efficient path forward. This is non-discretionary, and all executive branch agencies have been grappling with how best to implement the objectives of this AO. We put quite a bit of thought into this approach, and the goal is to avoid additional meetings, minimize workload, and align implementation with the board's well-established process that you and the public are familiar with. Now with that, I'll take any questions on AO 360.
Hey, thanks for that. I'm sure we'll have a couple questions here. I'm looking up and down the line for board members. We're going to start with Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for bringing that up to date with us. When this came out and I listened to the Board of Fish and I read this, basically this outline of a proposal, my first question is, there's some stuff we could maybe do that's in regulation, and that's what 360 is asking us to do. But what about department policy when it comes to application procedures and requirements, as an example, just as one example where it's not a regulation, but it's department policy?
Through the chair, Member Barrett, that's a good question, and that is incorporated into Administrative Order 360. As part of this effort, the Department of Law will be reviewing what they call guidance documents, which would include department policies, and determining whether or not those policies need to be added into regulations. And so at this time, we have submitted a list of those guidance documents to the Department of Law, but we have not heard back on their review or next steps for that.
All right, great, thank you.
Other board members? Joe, could you give me like a hypothetical example of what you believe a proposal could get, in front of us and we would accept that would meet, one of your goals? Like just an example, if you could.
Let me pull that up. I believe we did at one point have a list of some examples, and I don't have that in front of me now. One moment, please.
maybe while Joe's looking, there was something, I know Joe mentioned it when he was introducing this. I wanted to make sure everybody kind of understood that we're only intending to do one call for proposals for all areas of the state under this AO 360 thing. And then we would categorize which area it was and hold those proposals for that future board meeting. So for instance, if the call for proposals this year has an AO 360 related thing that's southeast, we will just file that away and that will come up at the board's next southeast meeting. But it will just be a single call for proposals for the AO 360 related things covering the whole state. So just wanted to get that clear.
And for like, if we decided to go that route, the proposal, would we have the same sort of like department present it to the board, or would the department be responsible for that, or would there be a whole different entity that would be, talking about reducing regulation or something like that? Like how would that work? Is there like a AO 360 crew that'll come in here and?
I don't know if we've really thought about staff comments and that far ahead, but I can't see who else we would have do it. It would be something kind of developed similar to how we do call for staff comments on proposals now. It would be input from the departments that come together, including probably Department of Law and their thoughts on it. But I guess we'd be open to other ideas, but I just don't know who else would be able to put that together for you guys, so.
Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So maybe some clarification on reduce administrative burdens. I don't know, besides asking the department to maybe get data for us, how the board puts administrative burdens on the department.
So, for the record, Joe Felkel, through the chair. I'm not finding my list of examples that I had worked on with Christy, unfortunately. And I will say, all of those items listed, though, that's from a template that the Department of Law prepared based on the objectives of AO 360. Not all of them are going to apply to Board of Fish or Board of Game regulations. In our talks with the governor's office, we've explained how unique the board's regulations are. And a lot of them are simply providing harvest opportunity. And the goal here is not to streamline or simplify regulations to the point that we reduce any sort of harvest opportunity for the sake of simplicity. So administrative burdens may not apply to a vast majority of the Board of Game or Board of Fishery regulations. And part of this effort is to look to the public on their ideas to help streamline or clarify regulatory requirements. One other thing I should mention in this effort is one of the key words is discretionary. So if there are regulatory standards or regulations that are required by statute, those would necessarily not be subject to AO 360.
Member Brett.
So just so I'm clear, so I can, if I get asked by the ACs, the local ACs or ones I attend, would potentially an administrative, what was I calling it? Administrative burden. Would that maybe be like where the board has said that the department will go out to X or X village to issue permits during these dates? Would that potentially be an administrative burden?
Through the chair, I should also clarify when we're talking about administrative burdens, it's not on the department, it's on the public. So the effort is focused on any sort of burden that regulations placed on the public, not the department. Should have stated that earlier.
Member Loring, Member Loring?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Joe, for your presentation. This was for Art. He mentioned that there'd be one call for proposals for AO 360. And then when you get the response back in for those proposals, that if it was a southeast proposal, you'd save it for a southeast meeting. Why not just have one call for proposals and just have a meeting for all those proposals? Is that, because I'm expecting to get quite a few.
Well, we're not sure what we're going to get. I do, think some stakeholders are probably going to have a hard time separating their wants and their allocative thoughts from this, reducing administrative burdens or reducing regulatory complexity. And one of the goals that Joe mentioned as we were kind of developing this was to try to minimize the additional workload and minimize or eliminate the need for additional meetings. And that was our thoughts by holding the proposals for whenever that next area is in cycle again in the board's 3-year rotation.
A quick follow-up. So it seems to me that if we just had a meeting, say, this meeting here, we're not going to be back in cycle for 2 more years, so I'm not sure what the time frame on getting these burdens and regulations alleviated would be, because somebody's going to be 2 years out at all times. I mean, some reason is, so, just a thought.
Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for spurring my thought, Member Loring. My question is for Department of Law. This is an administrative order. Can it be rescinded if the administration changes in November?
Through the chair, Member Barrett, I believe, it's been a minute since I've looked at it, but I do believe the text of the administrative order does not have a end date to it, so it would require new action either by this governor or a future governor. It's in effect until rescinded or amended, I believe.
Thank you.
Other questions from board members? Thoughts from board members, questions to Joe? So what's the next thing we do here? Do we say, hey, listen, as the Board of Game, we're going to follow in line with what the Board of Fish did? We're going to have a call for proposals and just go about it that way. We're going to kind of do what Art said, shuffle those proposals out to, the appropriate time when the meeting is, even though with the, Dave explained no matter what, we're 2 years out on something. I guess another question too, and I guess we could cross that road whenever we get there. One of the goals is to reduce costs to the public, industry, and government. I mean, could board members possibly be conflicted out because they're saving a substantial amount of money on something so they couldn't vote on a proposal? I mean, like, let's just say, a guide with the DNR permit or something like that, could that hypothetically be strict, say, hey, listen, you don't need to pay for a DNR permit. You can pick one up free online. So like a guide that has a DNR permit might have to be conflicted out because they're saving themselves a substantial amount of money. I mean, how does, use days, or who would answer that question? Would you, Kimberly?
Mr. Chair, that sounds to me like potentially part of the ethics disclosures. If just as the board members may consider on a case-by-case basis if they have a personal stake in a proposal that's before them, I think that would need to be addressed based on the substance of the proposal you're considering. But it's a thought, and if there's a concrete question, if there's a proposal that the board will be considering and you have a question, there's always the opportunity for the board members to seek advice from the Department of Law on that ethics issue.
That'd be Member Brett. Oh, no, I was just going to say, thanks for that, Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, to move this along then, it sounds like we've debated it, unless somebody else has something. I'll move to adopt a call for proposals pertaining to Administrative Order 360, the draft found in RC1 on page 16.
Second.
So that's been moved and seconded. Any discussion on that?
Yeah, so I think we've, discussed it. I think we're fairly knowledgeable on what the procedure is going to be for this. And if, I'd like to hear from somebody else if they got other things to do before we call. Any question on it?
So just to be clear, if the question is called on it, we'll be deciding to kind of go along the same lines as the Board of Fish did. We have the draft here ahead of us. Do you think perhaps we should put it on just to revisit at the Kodiak meeting in case we have any other questions pop up or anything like that, or should we? Is everybody pretty clear on it? I think I'm clear on it. Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. If you want to add it on to miscellaneous, and if we need to take it up, we can take it up underneath miscellaneous in Kodiak. If not, we can, take it off the schedule.
Oh, sorry, I should have my microphone on. I said we could put it under miscellaneous business at this meeting too, so we have a couple more days to think about it. If something pops up, we definitely wouldn't expect, Joe to be able to slide in and answer any question if he's, conducting his duties. But any other thoughts from Member Mueller?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do believe that Joe shared that he had some further documentation that he reviewed with Christie, and I would like to see that information provided. So if we can move it towards miscellaneous, that'd be great.
I think that's a good idea. I think that's a good course to chart. If it's all right, Member Loring.
Thank you. You're right, it's a good course of chart. I think put it for this meeting for later on. If all the information comes in, great. Otherwise, we'll put it on the Kodiak meeting also.
So I think it's been moved and seconded. Do we need to table it till miscellaneous business to bring it back up again? Is that the best way to do it, or is it, is that, can we do that, Art?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I was going to suggest that, that would be, I think appropriate would be to, just let everyone know that you're going to revisit it and make a final decision on it at the end of miscellaneous business, at the end of the Southeast meeting. I wanted to add further that you could certainly talk about it in Kodiak in March, but we are already going to have issued, presuming the board approves a call for proposals here for us, it will already be out there for the public at that point because the deadline for proposals is May 1, so we'll need to get it out well before March to give the public time to chew on this.
Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll move the motion to time certain for this meeting.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Board members are planning, to move this to miscellaneous business. If another question, comes into our head or we need some more answers until that time, and we'd really appreciate, as Member Mueller said, if we could have a couple of those examples, if somebody could perhaps find those. I know everybody's busy, that would be great, and we'll take it up under miscellaneous business. Looking up and down the line here, everybody's good with that? Okay, that'll be what we do. And thanks, Joe, we appreciate it.
Of course.
Cool. At this time, maybe we'll break for lunch. We'll come back with agenda item 8, and we'll do a hour and a half lunch. So let's meet back, or how about we do an hour and 15-minute lunch? Does that sound good? All right, we'll meet back here at 1:30. RC1 packet here on page 12. It's just kind of our general call for proposals. Do board members have any questions or concerns about continuing to use this same call for proposals? It's pretty standard. We typically do that. I'm kind of looking up and down the line here. Everybody agrees that we're going to go ahead and put that forward? Okay, we'll do that, and we'll jump on down here to our next item. And it'll be Department of Law will be talking about the conflicts of interest related to the Board of Game members serving in the Big Game Commercial Services Board. It's a question that Member Loring brought up at our last ACR meeting, so take it away.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, and before the ACR meeting, there was a proposal brought forth by the Guide Board that Member Loring is a member of. And the ethics concern came up about whether a board member would be able to hear and decide on the acceptance of the ACR because of that participation. I referred the question to the ethics attorney within the Department of Law, and out of an abundance of caution, also Member Loring did abstain from hearing that ACR while we got that answer. We did receive an opinion from the ethics attorney that concluded that there is no conflict between for the board member that does serve on both boards where there's overlapping matters between both boards. So that was for various different reasons, including that the legislature apparently determined that there should be a Board of Game member on the Guide Board. That's required by statute, as was mentioned by Member Loring earlier, and that they are both essentially state agencies doing state work. So to the extent that there may be a conflict, the ethics attorney has opined that conflict does not exist, and that does not preclude full participation by the board member that is also on the Guide Board.
Everybody satisfied with that answer? I guess I have a quick question too. So like Member Loring serves on the Big Game Commercial Services Board, and he's also a member of the Board of Game. I don't think this should matter, but can he be elected chairman of the Big Game Commercial Services Board?
Mr. Chair, I am not familiar with the elections process on the Guide Board. He's a full participating member of the Guide Board, so I'm not sure that there would be anything precluding that.
I was just popped into my head. The next agenda item, item 9, Unit 19C, Guide Use Area Pilot Program, consultation process with the Department of Natural Resources and the Big Game Commercial Services Board. Do you have any, in short, explanation on that or not?
Could you rephrase that for me?
Yeah, sure. It says Unit 19C Guide Use Area Pilot Program Consultation Process with Department of Natural Resources and the Big Game Commercial Services Board.
Yes. So the language for the pilot program does require prior consultation amongst various agencies, including the Guide Board, the Department of Fish and Game, and the Department of Natural Resources, along with the Board of Game. My understanding is that if there is a proposal in the future to either readdress Unit 19C or another unit, however the board raises the issue, that there would likely be participation from representatives of those agencies at the board meeting to ensure that the record encompasses that consultation about what that might mean to the various agencies if that proposal were to be adopted.
So the term consultation, it's not like like any sort of official capacity. It's just a member from all those representatives available to ask questions or to be asked questions. Is that right? Or do they need to directly contribute input into that process?
Mr. Chair, there was not a lot of legislative history surrounding what the legislature intended for consultation. So the interpretation of consultation is just that there would be input at a minimum solicited from those agencies, but we would likely want affirmative input Even if that's relatively limited, the record itself is what supports the potential regulation that would be adopted from such a proposal. And so that record needs to include that consultation in some form. And I believe that that level of participation at the meeting to be able to capture it in the record would likely satisfy the statute.
So, under like 16.05.269, the establishment of the big game guide concession areas, if we skip down to section 1 under D, it says, the Board of Game may establish an advisory boards composed of representatives of state departments and boards listed in this section. If the Board of Game was to form an advisory committee and the DNR was represented in that committee, would that suffice for contributing, their input?
Mr. Chair, I believe as long as if that advisory committee would likely need to present some form of report to the Board of Game at the meeting where that proposal is being considered, and it would need to essentially clearly state that the advisory committee included representatives from all of the agencies involved.
Thanks. Other questions from board members? Director Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And through the chair, Ms. DeFrady, it just popped into my head. So at this point, do we need a new proposal for this? Like an actual Board of Game proposal that we would likely draft as a division?
Through the chair, Director Scott, yes, the board would need a new proposal.
Thank you.
Any other questions from board members? If not, thank you very much for those explanations. We're going to move to agenda item 10, and this, Al, I'll give you the floor.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So yeah, we're hitting all around this new concept of a guide use area. And so one of the things in the new statute is the members of the public may request the board find or take action on, develop a guide use area. And so, one, in order to keep the boards consistent into the future, and that we would potentially develop or try to develop some criteria, whatever that would be, on how do we determine if there's a need for a guide use concession in a certain game management unit. And so since there's no regulation citations currently codified, that there's no way for the public or even for the department or our board to put out for call for proposals on letting the public be able to, submit proposals regarding that. And so I was wondering if it would be in the best interest of the board that they would put the next statewide meeting, because this would probably pertain to statewide, is not till 27, 28. And depending on what happens with funding with guide use areas, we may or may not be within that time frame to do something. So I would ask that we solicit, for the next interior and western meetings, that all we would solicit is ideas on what criteria we could use to develop and entertain the idea of creating a guide use area. And since there's no official way to, ask the public that, we could do it at those two meetings, and potentially would end up being is we may have to, with suggestions that come in, create a board-generated proposal for a statewide meeting on how we determine if an area or a unit is justifiable for a guide use area. Understand that? it's a procedural thing.
Right. Any other questions from board members or comments on that? I definitely think that public input is paramount in all of these. Could the Board of Game, let's say, and I've said it twice, and I'm not like hitting around that we should do it or not, but if we did form an advisory committee, can we direct the advisory committee to solicit comments from the public and incorporate that into their, matrix? Would that be appropriate or not, or would you rather?
Well, I'd rather stay away from spending money with an advisory committee and let the public just submit comments or suggestions to the board. Potentially, they could do it at either one of the next upcoming meetings for next year. And then, then potentially, we could draft a proposal up as a board-generated proposal and then put it out for statewide. And then let the public again comment on it. And then we can amend it or do what we have to as what we see fit as a board and the public.
And a question for Department of Law. I know in the future, the guide concession program, it would need to be in cycle, but is the initial pilot program need to be in cycle in region to be implemented or not?
Mr. Chair, I do not believe that it does. The language referencing the initial pilot program guide concession area is an uncodified legislative language, statutory language, and it does not include that same restricting language that's elsewhere in the statute requiring subsequent guide concession areas that does require those to be in cycle. So the first proposal for the pilot area doesn't necessarily need to be in cycle, but it would be up to the board to decide. If you would rather do it in cycle, you can.
Vice Chair Hoffman.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Kimberly, could the pilot program be more than one unit, or would it have to be one?
Through the chair, it would need to be a single unit or subunit.
Any other member, Brett?
Yeah, thank you. I'm still trying to wrap my head around uncodified language and what standing that has in court. If there's nothing written in codified language to follow or not follow, but is only suggested or was in the minutes of the legislature, how that has any legal standing.
Through the chair, I guess uncodified, it's a technical term, but it is still statutory language that is adopted by the legislature. It just only gets published, it doesn't get published in the book per se, because it does have limited application, like in this example, to the initial pilot program, but that language isn't necessarily applicable to the subsequent ones that the statute applies to in full.
And so now I kind of got a grasp on that. So the initial pilot program was Unit 19C. So I think what you're telling me is we've used up our initial choice.
Through the chair, I don't believe you have. While the board did carry that proposal last year, it did not become effective regulation due to the identified issues with the prior consultation with the other agencies mentioned before. So at this point, the board has not adopted regulation for a formal initial pilot program. That has not occurred yet. So I believe you would still have the ability to do that.
Other questions from board members, comments? Member Mueller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and maybe we can collectively discuss this. It might be Catherine to be able to help. Catherine, right? Kimberly, thank you, sorry. So I have a question. In November, we had our ACRs, and we had the guide use area ACR there. And now we have the guide use area fiscal note that's coming up through the legislature. Is it possible for the ACR to be on the schedule for next year instead of waiting till the state meeting then? The statewide meeting? So it would be almost moved up a year again in the schedule?
Are you referring to like having another ACR submitted for the board to vote on?
Yes.
Yeah, my opinion is the ACR was already submitted in front of this board, and this board, voted overwhelmingly not to accept the ACR because they didn't believe it met the criteria. I don't know why in the future the same ACR would be, accepted. I mean, it could be put forth by, the Big Game Commercial Services Board, anybody, any member of the public
Sure.
could put another one in.
And I'm just wondering, just because of the fiscal note as well as the member Loring not being present.
I think Member Garner wasn't there either, so it was not a full board.
True.
Good point.
Thank you.
So, do we decide on a plot, a course of action here? What do we want to do? I think it's, this has been in front of us for quite some time, and I think it'd be probably a pretty good idea to at least start the ball rolling here. Member Batesville.
Yeah, would this be a separate request for considerations, like due May 1st or something like that, paralleling our normal?
It'd be nice if in the codified it said, do this first, then do this, then do this, then do this. And, man, it doesn't. It gives so much gravity, and there's so much, area for interpretation, and I think it's probably up to this board to decide that. I would assume. Does anybody else have any thoughts on that? Member Brett.
Yeah, so basically that's what I'm requesting is currently we have no avenue for the public to suggest how the board should select or not select a guide use area. And so my first step is get the public and the ACs involved. And I was thinking of we got criteria for determining C&T. We got criteria for determining IM. And that keeps boards consistent. They got a little check boxes they can go off when somebody requests something. Does it meet this? Does it meet this? Does it meet 3 of the 6 things? And that's my concept here with the guide use areas. Here's several check boxes, 3, 4, whatever we come up with or the public comes up with, that then we could codify it, make it into regulation, and then we'd have a format to review an area once it's requested. And 2, having that, then it comes up in the cycles for call for proposals, probably under statewide, or it could be regional then, because that's how the guide use areas are gonna be. They would have, like we have, is here's what's on the call for proposals, this region and all these 92 whatevers you can make comments or suggestions on. So right now we don't have that, and we need that. Otherwise, if you don't have it, then whatever board's up and somebody says, hey, I want a guide use area, which I don't know how they would get that in front of the board, because there's not a citation saying this is on call for proposals. So it's more procedural, and then, it leads consistency with the boards, or the board at the time.
Any other questions from board members? I think we probably need to start something here. I like that idea. Al, you ask the public for what they think is important. All that information will come back here to the board, is that right? And then whenever the board gets that information, do we do like a board-generated proposal that would have, go ahead.
I think you're on the right track. I think that's one option, is to then get a proposal, which would most likely be a board-generated proposal, because then it can go back out to the public for comment during a call, and then it comes back to the board, and then the board has a proposal they can act on. They can change it, modify it, keep it the same, or reject it. But there it's in front of the public. We've met, our Administrative Procedures Act stuff, and so it seems kind of clean to me as how you get things in front of the board to act on.
And with the consultation, Department of Law with the DNR, would we need to have because we probably are going to have quite a few of these in front of us in the future perhaps, would we need a spot for DNR at the table here on each individual proposal, or how would that work? Because I know we have to consult them. Do we need to consult them on every single, proposed guide use area, or just the concept in general? I mean, how would that work?
Mr. Chair, I do believe that consultation would need to occur for each proposal. Looking at the statute, it does include that a person may submit a proposal, and then after public notice and getting it scheduled, after taking public comment, the Board of Game, in consultation with the Department of Fish and Game, Department of Natural Resources, Big Game Commercial Services Board, may approve a proposal to establish a big game guide concession area if the board determines that establishing the area supports the conservation and management of the state's land and big game resources, aids in the enforcement of state statutes and regulations related to guiding hunts for big game, and is in the public interest. So I do believe that consultation would be required for each proposal, but the board would need to make those findings that I just listed before adopting it.
Member Brett.
Yeah, and so that just reminded me, and I should have had that in front of me, but what Kimberly just read, there's several arbitrary or undefined requests there. You know, what does conservation mean? And a couple other ones, they're, subjective terms is what I was using. It can mean something to three different people, three different things, which would, if the public brings them up and does that stuff, that you would be able to define, with those criteria would define some of those things that's in the statute. And that's what regulations do sometimes, is clarify what's in the statute by regulation, which is the purview of our board to help the legislature out.
Director Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I may be speaking out of place, but just something else you might consider, rather than having DNR and a representative for the Big Game Commercial Services Board sitting through a whole meeting, we do provide opportunity at the beginning of meetings for testimony. And we're going to know what those proposals are before we ever get to a meeting. And so, during the time where you take public testimony, agency reports, if it would meet the intent of the law, a verbal discussion with the board, and then probably something in writing that captures their input as well, and might just save some of those other agencies time too.
Yeah, that's a great point. And then with, Member Barrett's suggestion too, I'm sure there's all sorts of little nuances and stuff we haven't even thought about, like, because so when we get into deliberations, if somebody has a question, how do we get, to ask, DNR, again, I know we have their testimony, but, yeah, those are great points. Member Brett.
And I'll ask Department of Law, maybe I misunderstood something, but I was led to believe that when a board determined an area for a guide concession use area, that the DNR really didn't have any option but to accept it.
Through the chair, Member Barrett, the DNR essentially can't veto the guide concession area that the board chooses. The legislature's granted the board the ability to choose where, but DNR is going to be the agency that's going to actually be doing the permitting and running all of that. So that would be why their input and consultation is important, but you're correct, they wouldn't be able to either say no to the area or say it should be somewhere else.
Thank you.
And, who would determine the number of guides, if it's multiple, guides in an area or an exclusive area, or is that the board's purview, or who would decide that, or is that what we're kind of starting to try to grasp, get a concept of?
According to the statute, the board determines the number of full big game guide concession area permits and limited big game concession area permits. And then the Department of Natural Resources make that number of permits available.
So we would decide, and then the DNR issues the permits from that. Member Loring.
Thank you, a really good discussion so far. So as the board, if we're deciding how many full permits or partial permits in a specific area, I assume we're going to get information from Fish and Game on population status and other factors that may influence how many we decide we want to issue for that particular guide use area. Is that correct? I mean, what does the department, what's their input into our consultation or our discussion?
Director Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through the chair, Member Loring. I think that's exactly what we would do. You know, we would cover those areas. But here's the kicker. We tried to hire a person specifically for this, and we lost the position. We don't have any funding for it. I mean, even a pilot program is going to require time. And as this thing gets rolling, I am fully in agreement with Chairman Fletcher that it's going to get busy. So, I mean, those are all the things we would intend to do. You know, it's allocative, so that it rests with the board, which would be great. I think the Big Game Commercial Services Board could, you know, supply all the data on guide use in an area and, you know, things like that. But, yeah, just, you know, I hate to keep beating this drum, but, you know, that's a catch for us right now. And it may change, as Member Mueller pointed out. You know, there is a fiscal note coming up through the legislature, but it's to DNR at this point. So.
Well, I really appreciate all this discussion and all this thought from board members, and I think that you know, Member Brett has a great idea, and I don't think it's time to throw coal onto this thing. I think we should go about it slow, try to think about all the avenues, try to, you know, implement it the right way and the way the public wants it implemented. And I think probably a good first, you know, course of action is to ask the public what they think about it. I think you hit the nail on the head with that, Al. But you know, those are my thoughts. If I'd love to hear from other board members if, you know, if they would think differently. Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This whole law, it was to address problems with overcrowding and user conflicts and all the other problems that were developed on state land. And so they put that into place. And so I think the public and the guiding industry is looking for, you know, some movement on it. I think we just need to, like I say, go into it the right way, make sure we make all our decisions correctly, look at all the possibilities, all the side effects that might happen from a decision or a process we take, but yet in the same point, not drag our feet. I think we need to continue to move forward, you know, at whatever pace we want, but as long as we have a forward movement towards, you know, solving the problem. So when we finally get that first proposal in front of us, we can make that decision, you know, sooner than later.
Yeah, that's a great point. Art.
Well, this fish guy's just got a question. I'm curious, back perhaps for Mr. Barrett. It sounds like you're not looking to solicit proposals from the public for regulatory change at this point, just input. And I mean, I guess that could be done potentially even for your March meeting this year. Invite that input to be brought to the board for the March meeting through the public comment process, at least to get the board informed, and then the board could potentially decide at that meeting or at a later date how you guys want to move ahead. But that's what I just wanted to get clarification on, was whether you were actually looking for proposals or just kind of input and feedback.
So no, since the statewide meeting's not until 27, 28, so it's another deal off. And not to bog down the March meeting and have this late call put out on the public, that, you know, it would be, to me, it would be more time-wise used if we put out those calls for the interior and western meeting. The ACs have met a lot of times, that ones that could have met, and adding another layer to this March meeting, would be burdensome. So I think putting it down to next cycle's meetings would be more feasible for everybody, the public, the ACs. There's a lot of stuff going on. We had a lot of Board of Fish meetings this year. So I was thinking that would give them time, and if they knew something like that, they got some, over the summer, prepare, and then they go into their meeting cycles, come late September, October, and they can start thinking about, what they could submit for proposals or submit for comments on this one.
Vice Chair Hoffman.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I like that, what Al stated, but I think they've been having time because it's been on the table. We've been talking about it. So I don't have a problem with this March personally, because it's not like we just thought of it. It's actually, we've been dealing with it for a while now. Just not in the manner that.
Yeah, and I think, people have known about it, and people that are in the industry and involved with the process, they've been involved, but like when I go and talk to people, they go, well, how are you guys gonna decide what area gets to be needs a game concessions? And they say, well, it's laid out in the statute. I said, well, what's confrontation mean? Is it just one guy making a report, or is it, a whole bunch of reports of, some kind of conflict are going out there? What's overcrowding? We hear about overcrowding. Some of it's obvious, some of it's not. And so, this would give, some ideas of actually people putting some stuff down in writing and saying, when we address conservation, maybe we want to look at this. When we address conflicts out there, we might want to look at something like this, or, any of the other things that the legislature put down there and didn't define any of it for us. And so, we all got a concept of it. I got a concept of it. But, I'd like to hear from everybody. And potentially, just because of convenience, it might be then the board could take all these suggestions and, have a think tank one day and say, well, this is our board-generated proposal, then it goes back out to the public and refine whatever we put out there. And then it's been all done transparently and out in the open and, through the process.
Yeah, good points and a great discussion here. Perhaps even if we ask for comments from the public and in particular from the ACs, whenever we get those comments back, we could even have, I don't know if it isn't overburdensome, even have the department put comments on the comments, and we could have, DNR put comments on the comments, and we can have the Big Game Commercial Services Board put comments on the comments, and that way, whenever we get all that information in front of us, we should be able to come up with a board-generated proposal that's pretty good, I would think, at that point. But now there's so much up for interpretation, and like you said, people can read something and interpret it 5 different ways. There's no clear, cut and dry. Member Mueller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just in looking at the dates, the comment deadline for the Kodiak meeting is March 6th, and looking at the dates, that's 43 days away. So just in keeping perspective on how often ACs are meeting or other availability for the various groups that want to comment. So 43 days, and I don't know if we have to have the 30-day communication deadline as well.
Following up on that, since this isn't for any regulatory change at this point, it wouldn't need 30 days notice, but you're correct. Trying to get input from the ACs on essentially kind of a brand new question to them, that is a really short timeline. I wasn't necessarily trying to push it up or steer you guys in any particular direction. It was just kind of my curiosity when I brought that up as an option earlier, so.
Member Loring.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, the way I see it is the ball's in this board's court right now. It's up to us to come up with a plan to move things forward, wherever that plan might be and whatever the time frame is, but it's still up to us as a board to move forward with it. So if we have to come up with a committee or come up with something to flesh out all the issues, I think we need to do that. And, you know, this March meeting may be too soon, but you know, I think maybe the next cycle is appropriate. And, but we need to have a plan in front of us for the next cycle. And so whatever it takes to get that plan in front of us, I think we need to go that direction.
Other thoughts from other board members? Al, how you see this rolling out?
I don't have a vision of how it's gonna roll out. My vision my vision for my rollout is to, you know, put a call out to the public and all the ACs requesting guidance, you know, and I'd have to think about the wording, but guidance on how to establish guide use areas. And, you know, we could add some of that we have to follow the statute, so some of that statutory language would be in the call and said, here's what the statute says. How would you make regulation on that? How would you want the board to determine how a guide use area should be selected? And so then my plan is once all that information comes back, potentially, because it's the easier but probably most efficient way, is then to create a board-generated proposal from those comments. And then that would be put to the statewide meeting as a board-generated proposal. And then it would be refleshed out again with the public and the board.
So like the department, the Big Game Commercial Services Board, the DNR would be able to have comments on our board-generated proposal, but not necessarily all the input from the, yeah, go ahead, Al.
They're part of the public. They could submit their suggestions on what a regulation may look like. They're not excluded because they're department.
And Department of Law, are we consulting DNR then if we say, hey, listen, send us in your comments?
If I'm understanding correctly, to the extent that this is inviting input on how the board should consider those statutory factors, essentially, that the board can absolutely encourage comment by these agencies on those issues. The board would still need the consultation on the actual proposal that's before the board under the statute. So it could double up in that way. But Member Barrett is correct that the various state agencies can provide that same kind of public input that you may be seeking on what the board should consider with regard to those specific statutory factors. But that would not alone satisfy the consultation requirement on a specific proposal that the board would be considering adopting.
I think I got that. Did you, Member Brett?
Yeah, thank you. And correct me if I'm wrong on that, Kimberly, but the consultation is after the board decides what a guide use area, where a guide use area could be. We don't need the consultation on developing a regulation.
Through the chair, Member Barrett, you do not need the consultation if you're considering a new regulation interpreting those statutory factors. You do need the consultation before you adopt a proposal on a specific guide use area.
Member Loring.
Thank you. A lot of good food for thought. There's a lot of moving parts to this whole process. I mean, a ton of them. And I think maybe it might be a good idea to maybe move something to miscellaneous business, and we can then discuss among ourselves with the law and maybe with Director Scott on a procedure to follow that we can then either put in writing or put out to the public at the end of this meeting on how we're going to move forward, looking at all these different moving parts and get something going forward. I just think it'd be a good idea to come up with some kind of direction that we can go forward, with consultation from everybody involved.
Thank you for that, Member Loring. What does everybody think about that? Putting this in you know, not to kick another thing down to the end of the meeting, kick another can down the road, but, you know, there are a whole lot of moving pieces in this, and, you know, just in our discussion right here, how many things popped up. I do believe that the first step that Member Barrett put forward is the correct step. Now, what we do with that information that we get from the public is probably what we need to have a little bit more discussion about, and I really appreciate Member Loring saying, hey, listen, we don't want to go fast on this and overlook something, but also we just don't want to sit and tread water either on it. You know, it's up to us to kind of move it forward. But what do board members think about putting this in miscellaneous business and revisiting it at the end of the meeting? Vice Chair Hoffman.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I agree with that. That makes sense to me. I think we can mull it over a little bit and have something together by miscellaneous business. I think that'd be productive.
Is everybody good with that? Any other thoughts? Oh, Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, it's not something pressing, but it should be decided at this meeting so we can meet all our requirements. But, you know, members also should consider, you know, when they're looking at that, don't get hung up on that word consultation. That consultation, you read the statutes, you know, applies to certain things. It doesn't have to happen. The consultation doesn't have to happen for us to generate a proposal or a regulation. On our part of the all the moving parts, we have the responsibility, and we don't have to consult with the other agencies involved.
If we don't have to consult with them, how come the proposal we passed didn't go? I mean, we said anybody who wants to comment on it can. The DNR could comment on it, and they chose not to comment on it. Is not commenting consultation? If they don't want to say something, you don't have to say something, do you?
Through the chair, the way I understood, and Member Brett can correct me if I'm wrong, the way I understood what he was talking about was to the extent he was raising whether the board should consider a regulation, essentially interpreting parts of the statute that the board has some discretion in making some findings and determinations. That part does not have the same consultation requirement as applied to a specific proposal to adopt a specific guide use area. So other regulations that may be necessary to stem from this statute don't necessarily have the same consultation requirement that precluded the formalization of the board action from last year. Member Barrett, did I get that right?
Yeah, thank you. That's exactly. And again, the Unit 19 SEEP was the initial area for it. So there's some differences or uniquenesses with that one also. That doesn't, you know, because it's the first area, it restricted our ability to do some things, but in the future, on deciding, now we can make regulations on how we determine what the future, where a future guide use area may or may not be. And then I'm looking for regulatory guidance from, you know, if we happen to be the board or future boards in the future that decide that gives them guidance on how to determine that.
Any other questions from board members before I think we maybe have had, Art, go ahead.
I just had a question. I mean, since it sounds like you guys may revisit this in miscellaneous business at the end of the Southeast meeting, is somebody going to take the lead on drafting something that's going to come back for miscellaneous business? I'm kind of looking at just, you know, and you can certainly work with, you know, department staff or others to just get something drafted.
I'm happy to help
as well,
something
but
drafted
I'm a
up.
fish guy, so.
Yeah.
Be sure to consult DNR when you draft that up.
What's that?
Be sure to consult DNR when you draft that up.
I'll send it to my people.
Director Scott.
I can't miss a chance to weigh in. Not it.
I was thinking more like Kimberly.
Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think that's a good direction to go, and I know Member Brett has a lot of good ideas, and we can involve the Department of Law and Wildlife Conservation with I think we can come to the miscellaneous business with with a set of guidelines, it'll take a few minutes to go through them and approve or not approve it and be on our way.
Member Brett?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So it's clear I'm not going to come up with guidelines. I'm going to come up with suggestive language to put out to the public on what they wanted to, what they want to come up with guidelines.
And I know we're going to revisit this in miscellaneous business, but I think it's really important that every single step we take, Department of Law is going to be intimately familiar with it, just so we do not, have to revisit something over and over and over again because we forgot to dot a I or, cross a T. So we'll have probably something in front of us then that we can all have and look at in miscellaneous business. Is everybody in agreement with that? I'm seeing heads nod. All right, on to our next item. I think Director Scott, are we going to talk about electronic devices? Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, this is just an opportunity for us to give the board a heads up that we've been asked to develop a proposal for a future meeting. We haven't figured out when that would be necessarily for allowing for electronic devices and optical aids on archery equipment. It's something that the board has deliberated several times, and technology just keeps improving. More and more stuff's out there. And so you'll be seeing that in the future. Again, we don't have a board meeting picked out quite yet. The other one is that we'll also be preparing a proposal for the board to consider reauthorizing the non-intensive management predator removal program for Unit 26B muskox. And when we get to that, again, I'll stress it's non-intensive management. So we'll walk you through that regulation. We do have reason to believe that we're back into a cycle of animals that are targeting specifically muskox calves, as well as some cows. And that program did expire, and conversations recently come up, so be looking for that in the future as well. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any question? Member Brett?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Director Scott. I didn't understand this when it was on the agenda, this electronic and optic devices, and then you made the comment, we don't really know which meeting we may put that at. Could it be any other meeting but a statewide? Or are you going to try to do something regionally?
Through the chair, Member Barrett, it certainly lends itself to a statewide meeting, but it's not completely limited to that.
Oh, no, absolutely not. Why the heads up?
Other questions from board members? Member Loring?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Scott, is this going to be just for archery equipment in archery-only areas, or it's already illegal in, or is it not legal in general hunt areas? If a person uses a bow with other, if it's legal for a rifle, would it be legal for a bow in general hunt areas?
Yeah,
Too specific, I'm sorry.
No, that's through the chair, Member Loring, great questions. And those are questions you guys are going to have to wrestle with for sure. There's a lot of interest in this, and again, we've been directed to prepare a proposal to do that. I don't believe it's legal at this point, regardless of an archery only or a general hunt season. We could ask Ms. Weber; she could set me straight for sure. She's shaking her head behind me. But again, I think those are things the board will have to wrestle with, whether you want to limit it to archery-only hunts or do you want to make it available to, any non-restricted hunt, weapons-restricted hunt. Thank you.
Oh, any other questions from board members? All right, if not, it's been a pretty productive day here so far. I don't think there's anything else on the, anybody else have any other business before we adjourn for the day? Or do you adjourn for like ever? But no, yeah, you adjourn and then we'll reconvene tomorrow morning or something. I don't know what you do. Any other, tonight, guys, any other business before we adjourn? Member Loring.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just if you can give us information on former board member Brown's invitation for dinner, that we have a map over here, and
Oh, absolutely.
if you can help us with that.
Cool. Yeah, do you mind talking about it? There's a map over here. We're invited to dinner tonight. You know, we'll be in a social setting, but we're definitely not talk shop, so.
Yeah, former Board of Game member Dave Brown is going to have a seafood dinner tonight. He invited board members and staff to come over. He said he had enough food for about 25 people. And there's a map that's available if you want to go. It starts at 6 o'clock at his house. They're at the corner of the table over there by that big speaker, just to the left of Amy over there. So if anybody wants to go have a seafood and king salmon dinner tonight's night.
Thanks for that reminder, Member Loring. Anything else before we adjourn? If not, we are adjourned until it's,
Sorry,
Oh,
Mr.
Member
Chairman,
Mueller.
I just wanted to confirm start time for tomorrow, so we all have it.
The agenda says 8:30.
8:30, we'll be here with bells on.
Great.
Any other questions? If not, we're adjourned.